Oh,
There's
I
the
can hear stuff
sound.
again. All right, hopefully everyone can see me. Hey, Clash fans.
Welcome back.
We had some technical difficulties there. Unfortunately, we missed what was going on, and now we appear to be.
Okay, it looks like we're starting back up.
Is this game 3?
We paused it. They haven't started this. This is the start of game 2.
Okay, okay.
And we're back.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Looks like we're coming back. All right. Sorry for all the technical difficulties, but it looks like we're back online. You haven't missed a thing. We're going straight into game 2. They already have their hands. They are good to go. Jacob is on the play. All right. Sonoro's a resource pass. Didn't get the mace.
No mace.
All right. Boom, boom. Let's get this ball rolling.
I always love seeing the bound card turn 1. Nothing feels better than that.
It's the best. No equipment. First 2 turns. All right.
We're playing a different game now.
Yeah.
If, as Jacob's plan, like game 1, come right out of the gate, try to do Eternal Dragon, but then game 2 kind of changes things up to kind of mess with the opponent's sideboarding.
Okay, we have a clash buff. That's a good sign. All right, we have a. Okay, we're going for attack, going for the smack. Hits for juicy 3, hunting for something cool. Complete whiff.
I think it was all Clash cards.
Oh, you hate to see it. Maybe you don't.
It's all part of the plan.
That clash buff is really the first card that Quinn and I came together and made some dramatic changes to. It used to only target clash cards, but it gave an extra defense. But it felt too much like Crushing Blow.
Shattering Blow?
Correct.
Yeah. I like this now. It looks like the Kagan really doesn't rely on the Clash cards, but now there could be some unique synergies through the traps. And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe I saw in Jacob's hand Sacrificial Strength. I think we saw that yesterday as well.
Yes.
So being able to Sacrificial Strength, no Clash cards on board, reset more resources, play more traps.
Also, it's a hilarious way to get rid of your dragon to summon another dragon on your next turn.
Very true.
All right, armor is on the field. Once again, playing on turn 4, you can't equip it. Could have played the 3-drop. Not seen in any of the Kagan decks these days, but you know, as more options come, maybe equipping will be easier in colors that aren't black or red.
I like what Jacob's doing right now, leaving that one resource up. It's also threatening potentially a Clash buff, but with Sacrificial Strength. With no Clash cards on board, get 3 resources ready, and then at that point you have options for Deafening Soundwave. You've got
Abatement.
What was it? The Plague Bearer's Embrace, or the Abatements.
All right, we have the 4-2 again.
I wonder what he's going to do with that.
Has some decisions to make. Spend 1. Never mind. Nope. Spend 1.
We're digging.
Dragon Fire. Alright, he does fish out the shield.
Is there a buff from Peter by chance? Nope.
Alright, sending that card to the disrupt or the resource row. Saving Jacob some damage. A second armor goes into the resource row. It's like he's maybe going to spend 2. Oh, he has the shield and the mace. Alright. Shield's harder to play, easier to equip. Mace is easier to play, harder to equip. So I like their little dichotomy there. Spending 1 on the Mace to get the draw. Spending 2 to equip the Mace. He's gonna swing.
Or buffing. Let
All
Cotton
right.
do all the work.
Heart of the Dragon here. See what he pulls out. He got
Hard to see off screen. Was that controlling the situation?
yeah. All right, we know he has the shield, has armor in play, mace in hand, and he's smacked for a respectable 2 damage wielding that mace.
Oh, he came in for 4 with that buff.
The mace art's pretty cool. Kagan standing on a pile of skulls. I haven't
great
noticed that before.
Genesis the Oppressor.
All right, we do have 2 lefties in the resource row. Oppressor. Oh, we got the sack strength going up to 3.
There's Embrace.
All right.
Force the discard 2 or send it to Oblivion.
That's such a cool play.
Peter contemplating. I don't see any buffs in the resources around, so that's really Genesis' #1 source of card draw currently in the meta. So if we can strip 2 cards out of the hand,
There's hardly a character with more metal art than
so we
Pestilence.
discard on the front line. Is that front line underneath the lefties?
Yes.
Okay.
All right,
Coming
trying to
up
get
6.
that big hit in. Jacob going down to 21. Peter still at 22.
This is going to be a permanent that Jacob has to get off the board. Just having those ready resources to prevent the damage to a clash card or contender.
Jacob now has 2 shields. So if I'm reading his hand correctly. Thank you all for your patience as we were trying to figure out what was going on. Luckily, you didn't miss a thing. Peter, of course, is rocking the event promo for his contender, but I might be a little biased, but I think Kagan is one of the coolest monochromes that we've printed to date.
It's pretty solid. I'm definitely a little biased myself. I like
Yeah, yeah.
that promo.
You helped influence the contender promo. Armor is equipped, but Peter can hit for large individual damage instead of a bunch of wide, small targets, which is armor's better deflection rate. All right, going for the attack, trying to hit for 2. Jacob still has a trap up, has 4 resources ready to go. He has played 3 buffs. Wonder if he will find the 4th. And then Peter still in a pretty good position where he's at. 2 lefties,
Resources.
and Shocking on lock, Oppressor doing his thing.
Coming in for another solid 6.
Gone secondary power online, not as necessary as this match is going. Alright, another 4-2. Lone Fighter. Playbearer's Embrace again. Alright.
Potentially. Looks like it went back down.
Oh.
Go get one. Before you forget, you're supposed to get your class pass mat too.
I feel like Jacob might have thought secondly when he saw the Magnate replace the Genesis. Might be wanting to save that for later.
I'll take it.
I would negotiate for some samples for that circumstance. Not even another match.
And we're going to do it. Let's get the Genesis out. Also buys Jacob a little bit more time as well.
Right.
I mean, as long as that Oppressor sticks, that Magnate still only comes out as a 4-4 with flying.
I think he got the 4th buff, maybe? It's hard to see his hand. Front line in the resource row. Doesn't look like we're getting the double drag in this game, at least not yet. Checking the discard pile. Seeing if he can pull any equipment back. Alright, shields in play. Getting the draw.
Another front line, I believe. You're right, there's another buff in hand.
Going for the 2-hit.
Peter might have been hinting at that buff a little too early. We'll have a buff on
Let's
attack.
go. 4 dragon fires. Watch the world burn. Doesn't get anything. No.
Another whiff.
Jacob fighting his heart out, trying to close this game. Helmet's still leading.
I gotta say though, I'm loving the Kagan trap package.
Yeah. You know me, I'm always telling people to play more traps.
Traps are fun! And even to that sacrificial strength play as like a support card for this, not requiring blue to be played, just being able to take a creatureless package or a package not focused on a Clash card board state and turning that into more of a control setup to buy Kagan the time. That's kind of what we wanted to see. So, worth noting, Genesis' second ability is now online.
Boo. Nope. That is a tyrant. Probably the scariest card to hit the table.
So I believe it's potentially on standby. Has it resolved?
Sorry.
Has it resolved with no target to an accessory? Controlling the situation. Okay.
Has been breached. That's not nothing.
And this aggressive play with the buff with the Kagan to get Peter as low potentially as possible to then be able to finish the game with a dragon. That would be a
Absolutely.
great play.
There's so much explosivity in Jacob's deck.
One card left in hand for Peter. Two lefties. Honestly, the lefty's last stand. I've been neglecting that. That just nullifies a dragon turn.
I'm a little surprised that there's no one-drop havens in Jacob's list as early defenders and faster ways to cycle through your list.
So we're going to detach the shield and reattach to trigger the Kagan Contender card draw.
Yeah. As you like to remind people, you can unattach stuff.
Yep, you can always pay the attached cost to detach. This could be Jacob's last turn. He's contemplating what all of his options and lines are.
Peter, with the knowledge that there are no more buffs coming, does put a different spin on the rest of this match.
Absolutely.
Pestilence reducing Magnate to a 3-1.
There's a lot of plays up to your sleeve at this point. Only one card can be played from Resource Zone, so only one potential attack. Oh,
Playing his own Magnate. He's trying to kill the Magnate with his own Contender. If he does get the kill, then there is a trigger victory on the Mace.
He
He
gets it.
is successful. So Pestilence is a 3-1 and Magnate is a 6-3.
At this point, it just feels like Jacob's trying to stabilize, keep the obstructors available.
Jacob with only 4 health, hoping for one more turn. Alright. 4-2 Genesis.
Looks like the buff is being used to pay for it. Pestilence to take out the Magnate. Yep. We start pressuring Lethal here. Have to obstruct. That's good.
And that's the end of it. Kagan does not make it to the finals.
Always sad to see. There's always next time. I think the shell of how the Kagan was being played genuinely intrigues me. I appreciate the trap play.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I've watched a little of Jacob's matches earlier, and he did some really exciting combos and really cool play, and he wasn't able to show it off in this match, but that deck is capable of terrifying things.
And
So-
truth be told, we are still very early in the meta. This is a set that's been out for just 4 weeks. That I think that will evolve and develop over time.
Absolutely, and both players played extremely well, and Jacob should be proud of his journey as high as he got.
Absolutely. Kagan is not a meme. So I think there is a lot of potential in that deck with that contender.
Like I told Dagan, he's the winner in my heart, regardless of the outcome. So,
Absolutely.
so with our delay, people are setting up. Gonna let Jacob and Peter use the bathroom or whatever they need to do. So for now, we're gonna probably go on break soon. I don't know if we'll have an interview due to the delay, but we will see. But until next time, guys, thanks for watching, and we'll have the finals here very soon. And we'll see who's commentating. We're not even sure on that yet. Surprise. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Never tells me where he is.
Want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors for ClashCon, Perfect Pack. They make these adjustable protector sleeves for cards. They're going to be protecting all of our promos at ClashCon. Make sure you check them out. Want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors for ClashCon, Perfect Pack. They make these adjustable protector sleeves for cards. They're going to be protecting all of our promos at ClashCon. Make sure you check them out.
All right, welcome back to ClashCon Charlotte. I'm here today with Peter, one of our new finalists. First of all, congratulations on making it to the finals. So you played against Kagan as Genesis. How did you feel about the matchup going into it?
Well, I didn't do a lot of testing against Kagan. I specifically asked multiple people what they would do. I have a lot of accessory hate. I didn't really get to see it in both games, but I have a lot of accessory hate. He is going to make the 10-10 pretty fast against me, but I have so much ramp that I get to play all my stuff so much faster. So I just kind of have to like aggro him down early and then pressure with like good swings, and then not get blown out by any of his traps coming through, which if I open the portal, it makes it the -4 one a lot worse because my things keep the ability and then they just go back to my thing and then I can just replay them. But that's basically my overall strategy, and it worked out very well.
Yeah, as we saw, it definitely worked. So my next question is, I mean, really, why Genesis?
Genesis is just super powerful. Like, the whole time with him specifically, the hard part of this game is knowing when you're supposed to resource something and not resource something. And a lot of people is challenging because you have to resource a lot of your late game threats to be able to play like your one drop to draw a card, or just like not do anything for a long time because you want to keep the late game threats. Genesis has to subside that by being able to play it later into the game for like one additional resource. Because if you have a 6-drop in there, you have to have 6 and it untapped. So it's like +1. But a lot of cards get additional effects by being in the resource system and then you play them. Like the 6-drop Genesis that untaps 2, and then especially your hero ability if you're 15 or less, it costs 2 less. So I basically get to put cards into my resource system that I can play super later and play a lot of silver bullet type stuff and a lot of situational cards for free basically. And if I ever need them, I can just play them from my resource system. So you just get to kind of abuse that part of the game so that your ramp with like Haven and I'm Creation is actually drawing you cards instead of like diminishing your deck or diminishing your hand. You can always use them, and it's more efficient.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that the hidden text of Iron Creation is just draw a card.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So going into the finals, we have our other match currently still going, but no matter what, we're playing against another Genesis. Do you have a good plan into the mirror match? I mean, we have Michael Hamilton's blue-white on one side, and then we have Mark Johnson's blue-red on the other. Maybe which are you afraid of?
I think I'm more afraid of Mark's deck, but I'm more afraid of playing Michael Hamilton.
That's fair.
I know Hamilton wants the run back. I beat him in the finals of the Clash Ground back in Vegas, like, I don't know how long ago it was, but I did. I know he wants his revenge for the finals. Pretty interesting thing is, like, this top 4 was the same top 4 of the Clash Ground, but, like, we just had different matchups. Last time I played Mark in semis, and this time I played Snoopy. And then it's like, I want to play, I think specifically I want to play against Hamilton's deck because I played in Swiss and I lost. And I think both times I was one draw step away from winning both times. And I think I could have played a little bit faster, or with more knowledge of his deck now, I think it was a little easier for me to win. Tested with Mark obviously going into it, and I think his red deck is specifically good into the mirror of my version of the Genesis. So it'd be an upward battle against him, but I think I might be a little bit favored into the blue-white controlling deck.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. While we got you here, do you have any last-minute shout-outs or anything you want to give to somebody else?
Shout out my mom. Yeah, shout out my mom. And shout out the boys, testing with us, Team Ascent. Honorary Ascent member this time around, but basically how it goes. Yeah, just shout out us.
All right, perfect. So we'll be taking a short break, and we'll come back with a different interview later. You'll definitely need some rest before that next game, so we'll talk to you at home later. All right, welcome back to Clash Ground. Excuse me. Pro Tour Charlotte. I am joined here. This is not Peter, so we'll have that fixed. But yeah, why don't you introduce yourself real quick?
Yeah, my name is Jacob Snodgrass. I'm actually a player here. I just lost in the top 4, so ready to see the next round of the top 4.
All right, perfect. I figured I'd grab him in the booth. He's a great player. I'm sure he'll have plenty of insight through the match here. So we have a Genesis mirror. We are partially through the top 4 match of Michael Hamilton versus Mark Johnson. We'll have the deck list here. But yeah, it should be an interesting match. They're just about to start game 2. They should be shuffling up and sideboarding. So yeah, it should be an interesting one. The first one was a big slog. So we might be in here for the long haul. I hope it's okay with you. How do you think this matchup goes from your perspective?
Well, I actually have been talking with Peter and some of the other guys that actually helped work on the deck, and they think that the blue-red version has a little bit of an edge in this mirror against the blue-white, just because it's a little bit faster, has a little bit more aggression, is able to put that damage on top, and just really put the blue-white on the back foot.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense to me. I'm not entirely sure who took game 1, but I'm sure we'll find out as soon as the game starts with who go first. So yeah, hopefully we'll turn the camera to the players pretty soon, and then we can get that match started for you guys.
It'll definitely be interesting. I think there's some really key cards.
Yeah.
Like the red gives you access to the war cards, like the Unrivaled War, so you can just be a lot more aggressive, be able to pack on even more damage.
Yeah, that's
than the
definitely
white
a big boon to playing red, for sure. All right, so it sounds like they're finishing Mulligan. Quick update from the stream here. Just kind of going over the deck list of Michael Hamilton. We see some interesting sideboard cards. There's a lot of accessory hate and things like that. Knowing the decks ahead of time, it's open deck list, so both players can come up with a strategy going into it. Do you think there's anything out of Michael Hamilton's side that you might throw out of the sideboard into this matchup? We do know that at a Mark's end, he doesn't have a lot of accessory hate.
I don't see anything jumping off the page, but I do think Diminishing Might is an interesting card in the Genesis Mirror to turn off your opponent's ability to play out of their resource zone. That could be a unique option.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of gameplay out of that card earlier, especially in that top 8 match against Chris. Unfortunately, he couldn't get through that Diminishing Might that game, so we'll see if it is as impactful this time. So it looks like they're finishing up the mulligans here. Quickly eating some food. Understandable, it's been a long day.
Do we know who won game 1?
It looks like Hamilton must have won game 1 if Mark's going first here, if I had to guess.
That's a good assessment. I also want to point out that Michael Hamilton's been playing just with a raw dog Genesis card as his contender.
We even gave him the special blingy one. He's like, nah, I don't need it. Not even sleeve, do not care.
Good to know that this is the turn that Genesis wants to ramp on turn 2 every single time.
Exactly.
Especially with that 4-drop war in there, it's a nice curve filler.
One thing that is important is you do need 3 red pips for that war, so you do have to find a lot of your red cards to resource early if that's the line you're going for.
Red is super important. If you have a resource for, your ramp is like Ion Creation, you don't even have control over that. It's
That's
random
true.
off the top of your deck. Looks like we missed the ramp, but we're able to at least draw some cards.
Yeah, it looks like both players are clash buffing here to draw cards.
Probably a pretty good trade for Hamilton here, not seeing the ramp out of Mo.
Mark looking a little frustrated that he missed that ramp.
Yeah.
So you see the machine and the resource for the red.
And now Michael got to draw those 2 cards, get even closer to his ramp.
We'll see if he also missed it. There's the Diminishing Might. We're just
We already
talking
see
about
that sideboard card.
We got the Iron Creation. Yep.
Just seems like we have everything from Michael. One thing to note, though, is that Mark was able to maximize his little off turn with that torque and be able to get some extra damage in there.
Yep.
So at least trying to play optimally.
Yeah, knowing in this matchup early, both players just want to ramp, so you can slug in any amount of damage if you can't hit your ramp.
Exactly. Turn 3 gets really awkward if you don't have that ramp.
Yeah, Mark's scenario, he definitely want to be playing that 4-drop this turn.
I wonder if Mark brings in any number of his copies of Warzone in the sideboard, maybe to fill in this kind of turn and put on some more aggression. But it does also help Hamilton's aggression too.
It does. Mark looking a little frustrated here. He's drawing his cards, trying to find some ramp or threats or anything.
One card that's been really impressive out of Michael's deck has been the 7-drop mean streak. I believe it's called Finishing Blow.
It is, yep.
It's been really, really good. It was very detrimental against me because he just kept attacking with it and making me discard cards out of my hand, which is normally not that bad, but over and over, it just stripped all the cards out of my hand.
Yeah, if you can't remove it, he does a lot of damage. It's definitely not seeing a lot of play before this event, I don't think, but Genesis utilizes that card very well.
Exactly. It's that ability to ramp right into it.
And when you're down to 15, being able to play it for 5 makes it very efficient.
That's also really big. Curious if Hamilton wants to play that Clarity, or if he does play the Clarity. I was wondering if he was going to play the Genesis instead, if maybe he was a little hung up on some white.
So we'll see if Mark can make a play on turn 4 to kind of come back from this from behind here. We do have a lefties to prevent some damage. Turn behind, still getting that 4th resource now. I almost wonder if he's low on the red because he's at 2 blues right now.
Might be. I'm also curious, since Mark has 3 copies of Here Comes the Boom in his deck, and those probably didn't come out. I'm curious when he decides to pull the trigger on that to get that damage off that torque and reset this board. Maybe he gets a little bit more greedy and waits, or if he tries to just shoot it off now.
I mean, if he has it now with the red resource, that might not be a bad play to try and catch up.
Exactly. He's definitely behind, has got to find some way to regain this tempo that he's lost.
Right, exactly. It's like it's coming in for the 1 first, so it looks like no boom here.
It's a lot of aggression.
And no, going into this match, that's something Mo really wanted to do from the beginning, is push early because Michael seems to have an edge later.
Yep. It's always a tricky dance, though, not getting your opponent to 15 too soon to give them the ability to play out that 7-drop mean streak for 5 instead of 7.
Yeah, exactly. So this is an Apex Swift Fighter out of Mark. I think it's the first time we've even seen that card on camera. It comes in for 4. Effectively taxless here, but that's okay. Need to push some damage.
Ideally, it taps down a card,
right,
so you can get through some extra damage or clear a clash card, but it was already tapped. So.
Hamilton up to 5 resources, thinking how to deal with this board state here.
And it's so scary in these mid games against Genesis when you look over and you see that they have 7 cards still in their hand.
So it looks like Michael's continuing with his game plan of ramping here, trading, getting a card and resource.
Going for that long game, trying to stop some damage, control the board.
Mark, you're not looking too happy.
Yeah, he
Michael's
definitely knows.
firmly in the driver's seat here.
Definitely, especially with that diminishing might in the resource zone too. He has access to that, and notably, it also untaps a resource when it comes into play. So if he gets below 15, he's essentially free to play.
So we do have a trap from Michael here, really trying to stall the game out. The only
Probably-
trap we've seen him play is Sacred Banishment. So if he plays this war, will we see the trap?
Well, I don't think he has 3 resources up, so he won't be able to do it this turn.
It does need 2 white pips.
Oh, he does have 2 resources up. No, that's his trash.
Oh, it's his discard. You're correct. This war putting in a lot of work here.
This is going to be one way that Mark is going to try and be able to catch up in this game.
Drawing more cards, digging for more answers. It's the 3rd Clash buff we've seen him play so far.
I'm curious if he had held that Clash buff to try and protect this war, but he probably sees or knows about something that's going to come in for 6 to be able to kill that.
I mean, with Hamilton down to 12, he does get the blue discount in his resource cards.
It's true.
So it's probably possible that he'll play the board wipe from his resource zone as well.
Also, a fair point.
Seeing how Hamilton has played so far and been pretty passive, I imagine Mark really just wanted to lock in that draw in case he doesn't actually get attacked this turn.
For sure. It's a very heads-up play, actually.
Yeah, yeah. So Michael here, thinking about his options. He has a lot of them.
He's also got to think about if he needs to hold that trap up.
There's a revelation.
Portal is off, which is a little helpful for Mark in this situation.
I mean, Michael's biggest concern here is just trying not to die while at 12.
Exactly.
So we're going to see a Mark's hand here.
And being able to play that Shocking Revelation for 3 because Mark has 6 cards in his hand, so it's able to be discounted by 3 blue, is really huge.
It's such an efficient card. So looking at all Mark's cards here, looks like he's got a 6-drop Flare, a couple of Revelations, a 6-drop Genesis. His hand is very stacked.
It's a hard choice here.
What do you think you would be picking in Michael's position here? We see him go for the Flare.
You said there was a 6-drop Genesis in there too?
There is, yes. And there's a 5-drop Flare, and looks like a Strifebringer is the other one.
Yeah, it's a tough choice. It's probably between the 6-drop Flare and the 6-drop Genesis, and Michael opted for that Flare. Genesis notably gets his trigger enter of tapping 2 resources, but Michael's probably noticing that Mark can't leverage those 2 resources very well after.
He's also a little low on blue resources in play, too.
That is also true.
Mark here definitely leaning on the red side of his deck. Although every single one of these Clash cards are very expensive to play.
Yeah, and I think Michael's noticing that and is going to hold up the Sacred Banishment and basically not let Mark have a turn.
Yeah. Ready up the resources here.
Did get another Clash buff. Might be able to draw out, maybe find 2 threats to be able to play.
I think he's thinking of his resource here. He's already gone through 3 buffs too.
He might, because of that buff, he might be able to play a 1-cost Torque and the 4-drop War if he has enough red in his hand to replace it.
Yeah.
That way, maybe if he top decks a Boom, he can at least have some added pressure through this Sacred Banishment.
Coming in with a headbutt. One for each side.
Just getting our free damage wherever we can.
Here's that Torque, like you said.
Yep, we are going for that. Maybe see if we can bait out that banishment. Maybe Michael forgets the cards in Mark's hand, you know. Always keep your opponent honest.
Dropping in the flare as the resource.
It's a good sign for Mark. He had that red to be able to replace it, and now he can follow it up with that war. Make Hamilton use that banishment and play either the war or...
There's that last buff. Michael letting it resolve, not too concerned with 1 damage.
He's already putting it to the top of the deck. He knows what's
They
coming.
know. You got to get that trap out of there, though.
Yep, have to make him use it. I think this was the best case scenario for Mark, though, being able to play around the Sacred Banishment and not completely lose his turn. At least make a little bit of presence on that board. I think Mark's very astute to keep attacking with this Torque as well, because he's recognizing if his opponent, Michael, is going to get rid of that Torque, he has to swing his creatures into it, which is essentially keeping Mark's life total higher and keeping this the only advantage he has in this game, which is the health difference.
Exactly. And Mark definitely doesn't want this game to go long. Still a metric ton of cards in hand on Michael's side
I
here.
was about to say he's got so many cards, so many options. Michael also has, I think, a Clash buff, if I saw correctly, in his hand.
Looks like it, yeah. He's got a
Withdraw
victory
some
peak
extra
too.
cards. I think I see a 6-drop Genesis, the Oppressor there. That might be a good one to drop in the resource zone. Get that, the resource, the two resources off of that Genesis. Maybe activate the portal.
I mean, yeah, costing 2 effectively when you're below 15 is huge.
2 cost 6/5.
That's a pretty good rate.
It's pretty good.
In untimed rounds, players really want to make the right decision.
Yep. And they have time to think. They want to make sure they think every option through. Remember, do you know if the 1-drop Lin is a May to bring back something back at the end of the turn if you do it?
I couldn't tell you, honestly. I can't think of many situations where you wouldn't want to.
I think this is maybe the only time they don't have any low drop and he would be forced to bring back that Torque.
That's
Pin
true.
him down for 1 more damage. That might be something he doesn't want to do.
And the last thing you want to do is have Mark Draka, here comes the boom, and then pump that torque too.
That's true.
So Michael opting to go with a fishing blow here. And the victory peak to protect it.
That victory peak is going to be huge at stabilizing Michael here, which might be a good reason that Mark could have brought in more war zones to keep those off the table.
And such a huge card about getting rid of here comes the boom value as well.
Yeah, it's going to protect that finishing blow if he does have the boom on his turn.
Michael is fully engaged on his resources, so Mark does have some free reign to attack if he can get through that victory peak.
I think the ideal turn here might even be, if he did get that war zone, it would make a huge impact of being able to play that war zone and the war. Although, was the war put back on top of his deck last turn, or was it the turn before?
Either way, he should still have it in his hand. So
Yeah, I think, well, if he drew that war this turn, then he doesn't even have an out to draw the war zone.
did Mark choose not to resource here? Still at 6. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he did not resource. That is very interesting. He must have some other cards in his hand. 'Cause I feel like getting to that 7-drop Machina is pretty ideal, being able to play that out of the resource. Okay.
So you should see the revelation here.
Take a turn off.
Reading the sash, you don't see it too often.
Yep, opting to put the card draw on the bottom of the deck. This makes sense.
Yeah, Michael doesn't have too many big threads in the resource zone here after that mean streak is gone.
Yeah, I'm noticing that as well. He's got a lot of reactive. I think his best options are the Clarity and the Lin, the 5-drop Lin, just as a beater.
Resourcing another blue here, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he drew an Iron Creation for the turn. Not the best card in this situation. You definitely want to be getting your threats.
Yeah, removing that card draw from his hand is huge here, I think.
Yeah, that was a very timely, shocking revelation by Mark.
I mean, if Mark can survive that Lin, there's not a ton else to be afraid of here.
Yeah, we're starting to see this tempo flip into Mark's favor a little bit more, where even though he was down on the ramp early, he's starting to claw back.
Mark definitely has more of a life total to work with here, too.
Notably, Victory Peak is able to gain Michael Hamilton some life if he is able to figure out how to use his Clash cards to trade into Mark's cards, of course without his cards dying.
So do you see the sash come out here? Start in the head, but he is low, but he really needs that card draw from the sash. Here comes the Diminishing Might. The game slows down. It's definitely one of the best cards to counter your opponents in Genesis.
Yep. Probably trying to close the door on Mark, make him have to use resources from his hand rather than his resource zone. He's got a lot of big threats in the resource zone.
I mean, maybe Mark saw this coming, and that's why he didn't resource. He wanted more cards in hand to get around this diminishing might.
I think you're right.
It was very interesting. We haven't seen that play so far.
Yeah.
So we'll see the 4-drop Genesis on a Michael here. No other cards in hand, though. Choosing to pass and be more defensive. Michael really looking to stabilize here.
Michael activated the Diminishing Might to turn off Mark's abilities last turn, right?
Let's see, 4. I don't think so. He might have just equipped it.
And then just equipped it and then just played the 4-drop Genesis.
Yeah, just looking to set up a little bit here.
So this is Mark's last opportunity to start using his resource zone.
Most likely. Thinking about a resource again, I think. Understandable given that diminishing might. So we do see a Strifebringer go down to the resource zone. That way we can play the big Machina.
Do have it.
This is going to be hard to deal with. Michael's shaking his head.
Now, no, that option doesn't even work. He's got a
Split damage here.
Yep. Split damage is strong.
Choosing to protect his life total, so. Quick headbutt in there. Mark smells blood. He's going in.
Michael does have a Shocking Revelation in his resource that he's able to play out this turn.
The real question is if Mark has any threads left in the tank.
I think the question is, do we have enough blue to use this Diminishing Might and play Shocking Revelation to take the last card out of Mark's hand? Maybe he has 2 cards.
With that blue discount from Genesis, that should help you get there.
And we've only got to use 1 blue on that Shocking Revelation.
He also has the option of Deliverance to get rid of that machine, too.
Does have that as an option.
Definitely want to strip Mark's hand.
Yeah, that feels really strong right here. If he's got that one more threat, just get rid of it with the Shocking Revelation. Michael might be seeing if he's able to activate the portal to get some draw off that Shocking Revelation as well. These turns with Genesis get really complicated, really fast.
Really thinking his play lines here. Not looking too comfortable.
Yeah, definitely has a lot of pressure on him.
Looking to open a portal into the Shocking. Try and draw another card here.
Yep. While still being able to hold up enough resources to turn on that Diminishing Might.
Those are 2 threats. Those are 2 pretty good threats.
2 big threats. Seeing this probably forces Michael to play. No, he played the Shocking out of his resource. He can't play any more cards this turn. He's really got to leverage this.
He does get the draw off this board wipe here, so he might draw
true.
something.
He might. Got to see what we top deck. If we really need something, we also could use that Conquest Sash. We'll take 1 damage for it, but getting that other card might save you there.
And Michael here at his list doesn't even play any cards like Lefty's Last Stand. So he's going to have to really make sure he can keep that life total high enough to not die here.
Yep. I think he kind of opted for Sacred Banishment as a way to both do that, to almost be like a Lefties,
Yeah.
but also be able to hedge his deck against the 6-drop Kagan that comes in and sends a card to Oblivion to protect some of his more important threats.
For sure.
So notably, if we just play out that war, we'll be able to come in for 5. Victory Peak reduces it by 3. Michael will take 2, and then 1 more from the contender trade. So Michael lives at 1, unless Mark finds a different avenue.
That definitely puts Michael in a tough spot where he's almost not allowed to headbutt and get value off Sash now.
Exactly, and he's got to deal with all those tokens. Because then each one of those, or a contender swing, is lethal. Does have a follow-up shocking, though, to get rid of all those tokens.
Yeah, Michael here not only has to survive, but keep Mark in top deck mode. Here comes the war. Looks like he's coming in for 5 with it with Breakthrough. We'll prevent the 3, take 2.
Yep. Just getting every ounce of damage that we can.
Like you said, he still has the option to contender bump for 1. Coming for the 1. Putting Michael to 1.
Michael is able to get that draw off the Conquest Sash. That's probably why Mark was hesitating there.
But putting Michael at 1 with some tokens in play,
It's really important. It really forces out this Shocking Revelation. Makes Michael have to play a follow-up blocker after the Shocking Revelation.
exactly. The hard part is you also have to hold resources up for the Dimension Might every turn from Michael's side as well. Because as soon as you let up on that once, Mark's going to hit you with everything in his resource zone.
Exactly. He's going to be able to resource and probably play that 7-drop Machina.
We do see a mean streak in the resource zone on Hamilton's side, so he's got another threat available.
These turns have so many lines of play, it's hard to figure out which one is best.
So getting that clarity on the Shadown Void trigger here because Michael's behind on life. Michael definitely wants to play from behind, but maybe not this much.
Probably not this much. He almost needs to have 2 blockers after dealing with this board because he has to block the contender attack and any creature that comes down.
So here we
That
see a
Lynn
Lynn
is
and a
gonna-
Michael.
Yeah, it's going to be able to It's going to be able to bring back another blocker for him as well, so he's going to have enough blockers for just a single threat.
Diminishes the Genesis 6 drop here. Put it down a counter on the war.
We're also going to be able to gain a life off this victory peak when this clarity trait deals
That's
with
true.
the war.
That's huge here, actually.
That is huge. That puts us out of the contender swing lethal. Michael might be finding a way, finding his footing in this game.
Clearing a token.
Getting another life.
Up to 3 now. Playing a
Might
Genesis for another blocker.
We might even have enough life to use this contender to trade into that creature. But we're opting for the life gain.
I mean, if Mark gets in another Strife Bringer, you probably want every piece of health you can get just in case. They split
true.
damage. Michael effectively at 7 here with that victory peak. Choosing the target for the win. Got a pile of Taurus. Probably don't want that, but it is an option.
Yep, effectively at 7.
Well, it looks like he's going to take it anyway to try and hedge for a boom.
Yep. I do like that play.
Really scared of his top card here.
Mark doesn't seem too mad about that top deck.
Now he's back in the tank. Come up with an out here. He does have enough resources to play anything he wants to that's in his hand. It's just a matter of what. Coming with the contender buff, trying to bait out the block with the torque, it looks like.
I like this. You're concealing what you drew. Your opponent has to now make a decision about the block or committing the victory peak.
Very smart sequencing play from Mark here. Choosing to prevent the damage with the victory peak.
What's nice is Michael gets to prevent this damage, but his contender gets to deal damage, so he gets to draw a card off this.
True.
I'm curious if Mark brought in his 2 alternative strikes out of the sideboard in expectation of this diminishing might.
It would make sense. He just has to draw them.
Yeah, I feel like he would use that right now if he had it.
Looks like we're playing the 4-drop Genesis here. Choosing to come in for 4.
How much life does Mark have here? So we're able to block this. Now the ball's over in Michael's court after this turn to see if he can deal enough damage to kill Mark here. Otherwise he's going to have to deal with the Shocking Revelation.
There's the alternative strike, like we were just
Did
talking
have the
about.
alternative strike. We're not
Portal's
even
open.
using it on diminishing might though.
It's interesting.
This is a very interesting play.
Mark be trying to force Michael to use it every turn, sink resources into it maybe.
Yeah, he might also be afraid of just dying on the following turn. So he's got to get rid of one of the creatures, get rid of the best one that he could.
Yeah. Mark looking a little frustrated. I don't think he's very comfortable here. Here comes the finishing blow.
There's another finishing blow to potentially finish the game.
Comes to Haven. A cheap blocker here.
Yeah, especially with Mark at 14, he did have to worry about being killed on this turn.
Come in for 2. Oh, he chose not to go for the finishing blow, it looks like.
Oh, that looks like Mean Streak intercepting instead.
Choosing to opt for more cards at a lower resource cost, maybe. Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
now
that was
we're
from
doing the
hand.
finishing
Now
blow.
he's playing the finishing blow.
Oh, because we get to ready the cheaper cards after we put.
Interesting. Okay.
That's getting
That's
us
so scary
some
here.
extra damage. That's going to be huge here. And that's just
That'll be the game.
That finishing blow, finish it off, being able to ready those one costs there. And I believe that's Michael Hamilton taking it 2-0.
So Michael, 2-0 over Mark here. We have our finalists, Michael Hamilton and Peter Budensic. How do you think finals will go?
Man, I don't know. Both Genesis lists have so much potential to deal so much damage so fast, but they also have a really great late game.
Exactly. Yeah, both players extremely good to get where they're at. I mean, Hamilton was almost dead that entire game, and he still pulled through, which is very impressive.
He had to claw back from 1 life. That was very impressive.
All right, so we're going to take a short break and give these players a chance to recharge before we get into the finals here. But thank you again, Jacob.
Of
You
course.
did a very good job. I called you in last minute, and you did great. So I really appreciate you hopping in the booth here.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you all for watching. All right, welcome back to ClashCon Charlotte. Here I have with me is Mark Johnson, Mo Bogsley of Top 4. How do you feel about the finals?
This is going to be exciting. It's a Genesis mirror, but there's so many different ways to play Genesis. That's going to be so interesting.
All right, sweet. So they're shuffling up, getting ready for the game. It's open deck list. Again, they'll be aware of what each other are playing. So we got the Michael Hamilton on Genesis, blue-white, versus Peter, Genesis, green-blue. How does this matchup go in your opinion?
It's going to be very slow. I expect around 45 minutes per match. I think Peter needs to be more aggressive, and Hamilton needs to take the control route. Not like he has a choice, but
Right.
I do think it's Peter to be aggressive, but Hamilton gets to go first twice, and that is very interesting.
Do you think there's a favorite in this matchup? Like, are either of them favored?
I think going first twice makes you favorite already.
Okay, fair
so I'm
enough.
going to say Hamilton.
All right, good enough reason for me. All right, so it looks like we're getting into the game here. Hamilton could go first. Looks like we just got a resource from each side.
It looks like there's a Haven out there as well. So Hamilton played Haven turn 1.
Now the real question is the ramp. All right,
there
we
is
got
a
a
ramp.
first ramp.
Finding the meme streak off the top.
The meme streak, indeed.
And now Peter needs to answer back with his own ramp. But Michael can always attack it for 1.
So if Michael's going the more defensive route, yeah, it doesn't look like we'll see a headbutt out of him.
And that would have turned on the Clash buff too if Peter had it. So, but he does ramp. Finds a lefty. That's a great card to be down there.
All right, so equal playing field. We both got a ramp.
Genesis. That's the best card for Michael on turn 4. Super hard to kill, and if you kill it, it goes back to the resource zone. So really don't want to kill it well.
Now we'll see Peter continue to copy Michael's plays here with his own Genesis.
Yeah, the problem is there's a Haven blocker. So if he attacks with it, Haven just chumps.
True.
There is a Clash buff in the hand. Looks like a bunch of Pestilence cards.
Get the second green.
How do you get around that Haven? That is the question. Plays his own Genesis. I assume it's going face.
Michael thinking about the block. Makes sense.
And this is really why going first is important, right? Like, Hamilton got to ramp first. He got the 4-drop out. He got a chump blocker. He is in control.
So the real question is with 5 resources, what's your play then? So it looks like we're going to Lin
That
out
is
of Michael
the
here.
perfect curve. Peter
Farming
down
the
to
driver's seat.
21. And now he has Genesis as a blocker, or he can put Peter to 17. Looks like blocking it is.
Maybe this won't be a long game after all.
Yeah, Hamilton wants to leave. He has plans.
Got places to be.
Now, how can Peter get out of this?
Looks like another lefty's in the resource there. Choosing to go to a third blue over a third green.
There's the 4-drop Pestilence. -3/-3 the Lin. Attack it for
Threatening
3.
the trade. Really incentivizing Michael here to block with that Genesis. Here's the buff, protecting the Pestilence.
That's huge. And he still gets the Lin off the board.
Massive trade from Peter.
And they both stick around too to the 2 extra health. That is
Between-
an amazing turn.
Between the Pestilence debuff on the Lin and the defense buff from the buff, having both stick is huge here.
The problem is the board wipe, right? If Hamilton can play the 6-cost board wipe, rip a hand out of Peter's hand, Genesis won't go to the resource zone.
If we miss
but then all tempo would be on Peter.
Normally, you see blue-green players play the green resources first, so they're open to Kagan. But we
And
see
there
here
it
why he
is.
didn't.
There's the
There's a
board wipe.
revelation. And the portal's open.
Genesis not going to the resource.
Both of them know what the pick is here, so they clearly set that aside. Both players know their deck inside and out at this point.
The hand's not terrible for Peter, though. He's got the 5/3 flyer. He's got a clash buff. He's got lots of choices.
So looking at Peter's hand here and what he has on board, he doesn't actually have a lot of threats left other than the Magnate, the Tyrants here.
There is the Genesis ramp card that could filter out his resource if he needs it.
Choosing the buff.
That is interesting. I guess I understand, right? He knows he has to deal with Genesis. Maybe he has another board wipe, and then the 2 cards could be anything.
Really choosing to be ahead on card advantage instead. Passing it back to Peter.
And if I'm Peter, I have to think that another board wipe is going to come, right? You don't keep Genesis unless he has a board wipe.
Does have the one of the resource, so you know Michael's got at least the one sitting there.
And he's still at 30, so he's super healthy. Yep.
Yep, might
Peter
as well
says
slam
you
it.
got to do it.
Deal with it.
Yeah.
Chunk here for 6.
Trying to keep the tempo, force Michael's hand.
Michael looking at Peter's options here, making sure he pays properly for resource. Perfect.
And that doesn't mean that Peter can't clash buff, even though it's on the bottom.
A lot of decisions to make here. Michael's still got a ton of cards in the hand.
Yeah, the 6/5 is really good, and the board wipe cleans it easily. But the more you use it, the less you have for later.
Especially with Michael's still at 24, you don't get the cost reduction.
Yeah, 6 is a lot, especially since Peter doesn't have more than 5 cards. Another main
Resource for main
streak.
streak here.
Paying 4. Nope, never mind.
I'm not at 15. Reevaluating.
It looks like the board wipe is coming. And probably a Haven to follow it up.
Either that or he's holding a buff. Or both.
Goodbye, Genesis.
Give me another card, please.
There's not much power there. There's the 5/3 flyer, this pestilence, but then it kind of falls off.
It's a nice threat there. It'd be a shame if it went to the bottom of your deck.
Michael's debating all the options. There's always a world where it is rainforest, right?
Peter still has one in the resource zone available as well, though.
That is true. I'm just worried about victory point peak.
Yep, taking the threat here. There's the Haven.
Still has the resources for the Clash buff.
Coming for the one. Choosing to take
And
a
there's
poke.
the Clash buff. They're both laughing.
Michael making sure he can lock in that card draw in case Peter doesn't attack here. Passing it back to Peter. Peter's in a tough spot here. He's threat light, he's card light, resourcing another rainforest here. He's open to playing Kagan when he draws them.
Yeah, and the resource zone isn't even that good. There's a few lefties, there's a few rainforests, but there's no damage down there.
Definitely looking to filter his resources now.
And here's
for sure.
item creation. Best way to do it.
That's not a
Another
great one
dud.
either.
He's got to keep one of those rainforests, right?
I think he's definitely thinking that too. But he also just needs threats, so he might have to ship as many as possible just to find some.
Looks like only shipping 2 cards.
Another lefties.
lefties.
There's a
and
Kagan.
There we go.
That could be big. Still needs another green to play it, but Peter down to only 1 card in hand. I mean, if Michael hits him with another revelation, it strips him of everything.
Does he have the third? Does he want to use the third? He's still at 21. 21 to 20.
With plenty of resources to play the main streak if he wanted to.
Yeah, could make Peter discard a card with that. Trade with the Pestilence. Or not even trade, just kill it.
It's a pretty good trade.
But being at 21, it's just so expensive.
It is, it is. They're blue in the resource. So there's the mean streak. Might as well push this card advantage while you have it.
Maybe. He's still thinking, nope.
Okay.
There it goes.
That's one way to make Peter discard his last card as well.
Is there only 3 green resources for Peter? There's only 2.
There's 4 there.
Yeah, but he can't play Kagan with those 4.
Correct.
Which is
He
the
does need
issue.
one more. He's going to play a Haven. Get a little poke in there. Now play the mean streak. Just throw it at him. A little aggressive.
Has to resource for the main streak.
Putting down a white resource here.
Yeah, the white doesn't really represent much besides a Haven here. And Peter knows what's coming. He doesn't look like he loves it that much. Putting a streak counter on each of those creatures doesn't really do much, but you do have to represent the board state. It does matter sometimes.
Coming in for the 5, making him discard. There's that green.
Peter down to 14 here, looks like. But hey, Genesis is online now, so that discount is real. He can start playing stuff for cheap. He's got that board wipe. He can draw a card off that. Strip a card from Michael. There are choices. 3 lefties. Still lots of defense up for Peter.
What's interesting about that mean streak finishing blow is a lot of people forget that it actually resets the smaller clash cards. So once you come in for damage, you can reset them to obstruct on your turn as well.
Oh, just keep swinging, right? Like, just get in there.
Peter down to 14. Might want to keep a blocker in case, just to keep that life total healthy on Michael's side.
Resources of the
Genesis. Yep. So not green. The Haven effectively saved another 3 life there.
And the board up doesn't do much because Pestilence is chilling there.
Seems like a safe card at a resource.
Oh, Peter take back, trying to debate how to get out of the situation.
Let's get the flyer instead. He knows Michael can't clash buff, so he offers the trade.
That is one less green resource for Peter, though, so that green is very light. Kagen is no longer available to play.
Definitely a major downside here.
Back over to Michael's turn.
That is the major downside to playing Cognitive the Dragon. You do have such an insanely strong card, but if it's stuck in your resource zone, you have to have a lot of green resources just to play it out. You effectively have to have 5 total greens in there because you need 4 others to play it out.
Looks like there's another mean streak over there for Michael if he wants to play it.
Bank 7. Here's another mean streak.
With no cards in Peter's hand, it is just going to be draw card, but 5 damage draw card is really good.
Pretty good.
Moves the lefties, though, to not take any damage if Peter wants to keep his life higher.
Imagine we'll see that here. He's got plenty of blue resources.
Peter thought about it, and there's lefties.
He's already below that 15 threshold, so I might as well preserve it here.
Peter is down to 7 resources here, if that matters in the late game.
So we do see the clarity coming to Michael here. We haven't seen its effect used on camera at all so far, but it is just a body here that can jump block. Does Peter have any more threats available?
If so, how does he get out of this? There is the chump blocker, so you need to get rid of the chump blocker to get to that mean streak.
He does have the option of the revelation, but he's only got the one. So he's going to make that one count.
And with that pestilence, it's not even that good. Mean streak would just stay alive.
He always has the option to swing, but...
Oh, Kagan was the draw. Not even playable.
You can only play 1 card at a resources turn. No way to deal with that main streak.
Looks like it will be the revelation that will draw Peter a card. Will kill one of those creatures. And get to peek at the hand.
That's a really strong hand to Michael here. He has so many options. He's got the Deliverance, he's got the Sacred Banishment, and he's got another threat in Clarity.
Yeah, he's got the defense, he's got the aggression, he's got the card draw. He's really got it all going.
Taking the Banishment.
Makes sense. Peter can only play 1 card a turn, so that would just send him back a turn.
Do a Pestilence, it's a body.
Oh,
It's
that
something.
offers a
We
trade.
can swing in with the Pestilence. Get rid of the mean streak. That's huge for Peter.
Denies the card draw, denies the value, and he gets a 2-1 to stay around.
A very strong top deck.
Back over to Michael here. What can he do? 1,000,000 resources, 1,000,000 cards in hand. That's the cheaper mean streak in the resource zone that could also draw cards if needed.
Yeah, Michael's definitely not hurting for cards here. Peter, on the other hand, he's desperate for cards. If he does get that extra green, though.
Yeah, Kagan would be online from the resource zone. Well, that's huge. Michael is looking a little bit threat light in that resource zone, though. There's the clarity we knew about. That's going to draw a card. Foretell 2. Looks at both his options.
Look at the full value here.
No, he won't get the +2 life to all of his guys, but he will still foretell 2, which is really important, and draw the card.
Playing the resource here.
And the mean streak was played, so it enters with a straight counter on it. And now I believe Michael can pay 2 blues to put a straight counter on something and draw a card.
Coming in for that 4.
Clarity's flashing in, taking out Pestilence. Mean streak's flashing in.
No need to use the lefty on the 3 damage here. Definitely want to keep some resources.
Yeah, going down resources is so important right now. Peter's already down to 7 resources. You really can't go down to 6. Is that another clash buff in Hamilton's hand as well?
Yeah, he's really got everything. Victory peak and a clash buff, looks like.
Genesis is headbutting.
He smells blood, gonna push that advantage while he has it.
Peter at 10, Michael at 20. Michael's got the board. And Peter finding the revelations to clear this board and stay alive. Is it a green source?
It's a blue.
Oh.
Oh no.
It still plays Genesis. That will still trade with clarity if the clash buff wasn't there. But now does Peter play defense, or does he get frisky and attack first into it?
Michael doesn't have a blue up.
Oh, there's no blue up. That's huge.
Yeah, so we do get that trade.
And that goes back into the resource zone, which is super important. The downside is
Peter's at 10.
Peter doesn't have a blue up for that lefties either. Oh, he doesn't need a blue because of Genesis' ability. So lefties is up.
Is that 2 clash buffs? Oh my.
Is that 2? Oh, that's so much value.
And we have that diminishing might and resource zone if the game ever does go long too. It's looking rough for Peter here.
Victory Peak goes to the resource zone. Mean
Yeah.
Streak clashes for 3, putting Peter down to 7.
So much card draw available between the buff and that Mean Streak just sitting there.
That's what, 3 cards in hand with another clash buff in hand?
Yeah.
But lefties is still up if Peter needs to play some more defense here.
He might be able to prevent more damage, but how is he going to compete with all that card advantage?
I think he's got a board wipe and stripped other clash buff. Oh, but here comes Lynn from the resource zone, a 5/5 flyer. Oh, maybe not.
Getting a card off the Mean Streak here.
Is that another Victory Peak, it looks like?
Playing the Lin. Keep swinging.
Gotta research a card from hand. Another Mean Streak.
Another Mean Streak finishing blow.
And Peter's just taking the damage. He needs that lefties for later, he believes.
Hold on.
Yeah, he can't play the second one.
He can if he targets his opponent.
Right, but you really don't want to do that.
Right. So we're just getting some clarification here. Realizing what's happening here, choosing not to play it.
I watched Peter learn how that worked yesterday in one of his games, so
Yeah.
explaining to Michael how that works is great.
That's how learning works. You could explain it to other people now. Playing the Victory Peak.
Yeah, that's a really good play. I think Peter
Michael's
needs
still holding up a blue.
exactly the board wipe here. Nope, it's the
scooping it
clash
up.
buff.
Michael takes game 1.
That was insane.
All right, so going into game 2, we're starting to sideboard here. What do you think Peter's game plan is?
Let me take a look at the sideboard really fast.
Sure. He does have a frontline package. which I know a lot of these players were packing here.
Yeah,
trying to get some extra damage in.
I think especially being able to play, that frontline package is so huge. I think you really need to just catch Michael with the shields down and just say, I'm going to hit you in the face.
Yeah.
And I hope I can hit you in the face, untime my dude, and hit you again. And hopefully that's enough. Because the later the game goes, the more it favors Michael, right? We saw that last game. We saw that against me. We've seen it all weekend with Michael's deck.
Right.
You need to kill him fast, and frontline is how you do it. The problem is...
Looks like we have the Magnate the Tyrant in here as well. Just borrowing the deck list here for 1 second. It is open deck list, so the players are yoinking it to check real quick for sideboard, so we'll get back to you with that. Although we did see that Peter had a lot more threats in the sideboard. We had a couple more Magnate the Tyrants. So just for the redundancy, we might see those come in as well. Do you think Michael has a new game plan, or is he just going to keep doing his
No, I
plan
think
A?
Michael's going to try to control. That was not his game plan that game, right? He was super aggressive. That's not what he wants to do, but if it works, it works. Michael is going to bring in more cards to slow Peter down, more traps, more equipment that makes Genesis just turned off. There's so many cards that Michael has access to that doesn't let Peter play the game, so Peter needs to go fast and just hope he kills him.
I mean, you saw him defeat a bunch of people in Swiss with Diminishing Might in the mirror matches. I imagine we'll see that again. So it's just a matter of lining up the Magnate the Tyrants from hand in order to try and counter that as well.
I think this next game is going to take a while. That first one was quick. Buckle down, get something to drink, get a snack. We're going to be here for a while, guys. Personally, I got my Prime. I got my Quest chips. We are out here chilling. So you guys should get some snacks too. Without a deck list, it's hard to know, but Michael's path to the finals, he beat Chris Brummett on Genesis. A very kind of similar build that Peter's playing. He beat me in the semis, who was on Blue Eye Genesis.
Right.
Let's look at Peter. Peter, round 1, played against the Pestilence. That was Lee on Pestilence.
Yep. Also made top 8.
Round 2, he played against the Kagan, Snooty. So different paths to top 8, right? Like Michael's been beating up these Genesis over and over again, and Peter's been just playing against everything else.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, Michael's played against like all the combinations of Genesis up until this point, really showing that he thinks his blue-white version is the best. I mean, we'll see at the end of the day in the finals if it overcomes Peter again, or if Peter can come back for another 2 wins. So we have the deck list back here. Quickly going over what they got. Yeah, out of the sideboard from Michael, we have another Mean Streak Intercepting, who's trying to slow the game down and get some card advantage, so that might be a good way to do it. We have that Diminishing Might, another copy of that. Lin, Adaptable Fighter, the 5-cost 5/5 flyer. Yeah, but it looks like he also has a lot more threats, so if the game does go long, both players will have lots of gas to work with in the tank.
yeah. Get more threats, add more control. So I don't know what you take out here, because you want all the control, but you want all the threats. So it's going to be a very interesting game to see how they sideboard and what you want. The one Cowling in Michael's deck is very interesting as well. Just that constant saying, hey, I can always swing 4 more.
Yeah,
I can always have that reach.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Peter's list here.
Yeah,
Look at
on
that again.
Peter's side, though, that front line is super interesting. Magnate's plan could be interesting to destroy the
Diminishing Might.
Diminishing Might. Yeah, that is one of the ways that Michael can lock Peter out of the game. Rainforest is not super interesting, but it is a
can
clash
counter that
ground.
Victory Peak, though.
Yeah, that Victory Peak is very important.
Victory
to
Peak
the
will put
play.
in a lot of work if you let it sit there too long.
Yeah, there's a. Sorry about that, guys. There's a lot of interesting choices for both these players, and I'm not sure where they're going to go, and it's going to be super interesting.
So, seeing as how they both wanted to see these deck lists again, they definitely really make sure they have a proper game plan going into this next game. Both players really knowing, I mean, they played very well to get to this point. They know each other, have played really well up to this point. They know each other ahead of time. You have to make sure every decision you make matters here.
Yeah, this is the finals, right?
The finals of the Pro Tour. It's the first Alpha Clash Pro Tour.
Yeah.
You got to be the champion, right? That's a huge bragging right you'll have forever.
And looking back to the last time these players played, it was the finals of the Vegas event, where
Right,
Peter took down Hamilton, and Hamilton had to run off to his flight.
Right.
So, guess what? Peter has
Maybe
a
he'll
flight
get his
today.
revenge.
Peter has a
Oh,
flight.
no.
So is Peter going to run off after this match? It might.
I hope we get at least see the games first, but you know, things happen. He rescheduled his flight. Don't worry, that was a joke. Just to be clear. But yeah, we might see the revenge with Michael Hamilton this time, or Peter will assert dominance and win 2 games in a row. I mean,
Peter doesn't get to go first, and that does
does.
matter a lot, as
It
we've
does.
seen. You get a ramp first, you get the first good threat, you get the first big board wipe or a 6-drop. Like, you get all the tempo, and it is your game to hold on to that tempo instead of trying to find a way to get that tempo when you go second.
exactly. We did see last game with Peter, a lot of his resources were a little rough. So, with his deck specifically, he definitely wanted to make sure he had a broad range of options to deal with various threats that first game. But unfortunately, it came back to bite him this time, where those answers didn't line up with Michael's questions he was asking. So we'll see with this sideboard if he has enough tools to deal with everything Michael throws at him here. Looks like they're really thinking about sideboard here. They're still going. So
I also hear them laughing and talking to each other, so they could
yeah,
just be
there
goofing around.
might just be a
or-
lot of banter. There's some rivalry there for sure. I mean, there's a lot of the line here. Prize money, bragging rights, revenge. I mean, let's be real. That's the most important for
Yeah.
these two right
Yep,
now.
yep.
I mean, all weekend I've heard that rivalry back and forth. We want that revenge. You want to win over the other. You can't let the other win again, right?
That
Twice
is
in
true,
a row?
yeah.
Unacceptable.
And that super cool prize card.
Oh, yeah.
That champion card is what
We
we
haven't even
all
talked
want.
about that like at all. You get the Dragon's Helm. We saw Kagan in the top 8. You know, as soon as these players ever want to go play Kagan, they're going to be repping that bad boy.
That's gonna be sick.
Yeah.
And it's a 1-of, which is even cooler.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, exactly. You have to take it out of the slab.
Riffle shuffle that bad boy. Get some,
Okay,
get some
you're
good
right.
use out of it.
Cards are meant to be played, as I've heard a lot this weekend. See a lot of players rip open slabs. They don't care. They
Yeah.
just want to play the game. It's a great game. That's why we're all here. We're here to play. All right, sounds like we're switching back to the game here. So they are shuffling up, and we'll get started soon.
Looks like Peter kept 4 cards here. Hamilton is still deciding on the. Oh, it looks like there's.
3 cards, it looks like.
Yeah, Michael thinks about 3. I don't think he's mulliganed yet, though.
Considering it wasn't Peter's entire hand, I'm going to assume that he has at least 1 ramp card there. You see a lot of Genesis players. Do I have ramp? No. Don't need this hand. Give me that ramp.
Yeah, if you don't have ramp, I think the only card you normally keep is the Clash buff, just to try to jaunt you to find it.
But even then, sometimes you just really want that ramp in some
Yes.
matchups.
I think it's super important here as well. This is a matchup where you really need that.
Agreed, agreed. Finishing the shuffle here.
Presenting the deck, giving it a good old shuffle on both sides.
Not that we have anybody cheating here, but it is common courtesy just in case to give your opponent your deck just to cut and shuffle.
Either a good shuffle or just a good cut, either one.
All right, right into it. We have the dual color resource turn
Oh,
1.
that's the best way to start off this game for Peter.
And it looks like we see an Iron Creation in hand, so it does have that turn 2 ramp when it gets back to him.
There's a Haven in the resource zone, so not trying to draw. Oh,
Haven
the
for Haven.
second Haven.
Don't worry,
Never
he's got
mind.
another.
Never mind. And that's a great card in the resource zone because you can just play it out and draw a card late game if you just need to find an answer.
Get that resource. Another Iron Creation in the resource zone here. Michael gives him enough breathing room. Peter might just ramp again.
Yeah, I've talked to Peter all weekend. That's what he wants to do. He wants to ramp on turn 2 and double ramp on turn 3, and then just have 6 or 7 resources and just say, hey, can you answer this? Can you answer this? Can you answer this?
So we see the ramp out of Michael, so we might see another ramp out of Peter here.
Yeah, I think Peter's just going to take advantage of it if he has it.
Michael choosing not to attack with a Haven here.
Let's see what Peter does. This is going to be a very turning point of the game.
Yep, there's the ramp.
Creation from
Is
the
that
resource
another
zone.
Iron Creation in hand too?
Plays the
And
Haven.
a
It's
Haven?
gotta be. It's gotta
He's
be.
got all the ramp he could ever want.
Is that there? It is.
There it is.
There's the triple ramp.
And a lone fighter in the resource zone.
Oh my god, that is huge.
We were just talking about who's light on threats. Well, there's a big one right there.
We just heard Peter laugh about that.
Yeah.
So he's very happy. You know, Michael's on 3 versus Peter's 6. Now, how does Michael answer this?
Is he going to try and ramp himself, or is he going to try and be aggressive?
Yeah, but if you do that, your shields are down, right? You see those
Exactly.
big threats in there. You know it's coming.
I mean, Peter can immediately come in with that lone fighter this next turn and start swinging for massive damage.
Yeah, 8 damage is huge right now, and it's got flying, so that Haven can't even do anything.
Thing 4.
This is a Genesis? No, it's a
Good
Clarity.
Clarity.
Michael's going to try to find an answer. If you're Michael, what are you looking for here? Deliverance maybe to deal with that 8/8? A board wipe to clear the board, but you have more creatures, so...
Yeah, maybe. Definitely has to find a way to deal with that magnet, that's for sure.
Both on top, so they're 2 good cards. Attacks are 4. 26 to 30, 25 to 30. Is there a headbutt? No headbutt. That's another great card off the top for Peter.
Yeah, Michael definitely doesn't want to take more damage than he has to in a situation like this.
We saw in the last game where Peter really just kind of ran out of threats. It looks like he has all the threats this game.
Yeah, we got a Tyrant and a Lone Fighter sitting there. And a Genesis 6-drop, plenty of threats.
I think there's another Lone Fighter in hand as well, which is just insane.
Oh, man.
But where do you start, though, if you're Peter? Do you want to untap your resources and bluff a lefties? Do you want to just swing for 8? There's so many decisions to be made here. Oh, did you just board wipe instead?
Interesting. Thinking about it.
Yeah, didn't even see that line. That's why these players are in the finals. Because as good as Lone Fighter is here, that swings for 8, but Michael swings back for 5 plus whatever else he plays. So are you winning that race at that point?
I mean, if you go back-to-back Lone Fighters, that is a lot of damage immediately coming on Michael here.
Only if Michael deals with it, though.
Right.
If he just leaves it alone, that's... Yeah, Peter is debating his life choices here.
I mean, this is arguably one of the most pivotal turns of the game because really he's deciding the tempo of the match.
Yes. If you board wipe, then you get a card, but you're down on tempo. If you play an 8/8, you say, can you deal with this? There's so many choices and so many decision points here.
Choosing the Genesis.
Yeah, so that will cost 6. Peter will have to resource a card first, and then you will untap 2 things. Which, if he has lefties, I love this play.
He could also be protecting his life total with Genesis's counterattack as well.
That is very true.
When you ready those resources, you can prevent more damage incoming.
Now, where does this go? Does it go to Clarity? Does it go face? Michael went to pick up his pen, anticipating it's going face, but that Clarity's sitting there. That's still a 4/4. You know, Michael only on 4 resources. There's not a tons of ways to deal with this. And there's a clash buff to draw to.
Okay. I think Peter here deciding he wants to run Michael out of threats this time.
It's crazy how going first in these matchups really just...
And hitting all that ramp, too.
And that ramp is also huge. It really just changes how you play these matchups.
I mean, looking at Michael's resources here, he's the one that's threat light this time.
Yeah, there's other Clarity, which are fine threats. There's a 3-drop Mean Streak, and there's the little baby Haven.
In this matchup, it's not even a matter of who draws better, like a lot of people think initially. It's a matter of seeing how your opponent draws, responding to their threats or lack of, and adapting with the correct gameplay into each scenario.
That's really what makes Genesis so fun, right? You have so many options, so many decisions, so many cards you can play, but which one's the right one?
That's why you see all these super competitive players always pick up Genesis first, really. Really scratches that itch. Get another resource in play here.
Plays the
Play a
Genesis.
4-drop Genesis.
That doesn't deal with the 6-drop Genesis, though, so...
Okay. Gets another check.
Oh,
The cog.
Keegan, oh my god.
He's got all the green resources he needs, too.
That is huge.
This time you'll actually be able to play them.
You can kill that Genesis and not trigger the defeat on it? And it's a
That is an
5/5
option.
flyer?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of value.
Michael's still got a lot of cards in hand, so you don't want to entirely just try and outgrind here.
Right,
but-
because then you're opening yourself up to the board wipe, which is not great.
Exactly. But yeah, getting that getting rid of that Genesis is a good option.
But then if you're Peter, you have that lone fighter in your resource zone that you can just swing back for 8. So
Exactly.
not the end of the world.
If you get board wiped, you're ready. Magnet Lone Fighter, really a big standout card of the weekend. It didn't see too much play outside of sideboards of a lot of green decks, but now we're starting to see it pivot towards the main board as a primary plan because of how much damage it can deal.
Interesting. There is the Pestilence from the resource zone, I believe, or was that from hand? Looks like it was from hand. So kills the Genesis, it goes to the resource zone. Now Peter has 4 left to play with. I think it was in the resource zone. Okay.
Okay. So we have to resource first. Oh, we're playing 2 Pestilence?
I think that's what it is. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So triggering, defeating both of his clash cards here.
It was a little confusing, but I think it was just sequencing.
And then coming through with a full board, get a clash buff. Is he choosing the -2? Or is he
No,
going to draw?
I think you always want the cards, right?
He definitely thought about it, though.
Yeah, 6 life is 6 life, but 12 damage is a lot.
Yeah.
And now Peter's basically saying, do you have the board clear? Are you just going to strip the board? But if you do have Lone Fighter,
He's got the perfect board set up here. Michael's still at 17, so he doesn't have the second ability, but Peter has enough threats to really push that life total to the end here.
yeah, but Michael's still at 17, right? So Genesis isn't online, so he can't even cheat on resources?
Right.
That is a huge turning point.
Michael really thinking how to get out of this here.
Maybe he just doesn't have the clear, but if he does have the clear, he still takes 8. So, like, what do you do?
Michael's still super threat light in the resources. Choosing the resource here.
Plays a 7-drop Mean Streak. That's a great card for Michael. That is some power that his resource zone was lacking.
He does have 1 threat.
I don't see the board up in hand, though, for Michael.
It's going to be really hard to deal with his board state without it.
There's so many cards in hand, though. How does he not have it?
Very tough decisions to be made here.
He's gonna, maybe he hasn't. He's gonna open the portal. He can't open the portal and play it, though, so that's not even a play. 4-drop. Is this another Genesis, maybe? It is another Genesis.
Get 1 from hand.
And a Lin. Is there any cheap things in the...
There's definitely the 1-drop Havens into Michael's Oblivion, at the very least.
Oh, that is true. And draws a card. So end of turn, Michael gets a draw card here. Michael gets the resource. Oh, but he can't cycle it due to the portal being closed. But hey, he's still going to draw a card. Didn't clear the board state the way Michael wanted to, but it still was a very good turn.
At the very least, those clash cards will soak up those damage. Although Peter, at this point, he's got Koggin. There's a lefties. Swinging in for 3. Making Michael make a decisions. Using Haven as a speed bump there.
Poor Haven. She deserves better. So Michael took the first 3 down to 14. So Genesis is online. And now if you're Peter, you gotta go fast, right? Like once you turn on your opponent's Genesis, you need to end that game and you need to end it fast. And the question is, how do you do it? And the fact that Michael, 1, wanted to go to 14, 2, left that Lin up, scares me that maybe there's another Lin in hand and he wants to get back that Haven.
Peter with all the resources in the world.
Do you ever Kagan the Lin here to just play around it? But hey,
You
a
could just
5-3
ignore it
is
completely.
huge. Yeah.
This does have flight.
Put the
Put
Lone
it on
Fighter
Lone
down
Fighter.
there so you can't get rid of it later. 5 in the sky.
Now this does concern me a little bit. If Michael has enough life total to work with, he does have the diminishing might in the resource zone. And with Peter playing this tyrant, he might not have an answer to it later.
That is very true. But does Michael have a window to play it?
Right. It's very expensive given the scenario.
He's got to deal with the board first. Then he has to find a window to play it and not play anything else in the resource zone.
Does he have a board wipe yet?
He didn't have one last time, so was there on the top of the deck with the Haven and the natural draw? He does have a Haven in the resource zone. He could always play to draw another card if he needs to dig deeper.
Definitely got to dig for something. Peter here with the lefties to protect his board if he attacks. Peter really thinking here too.
I think is it Michael's turn now or is it Peter's turn right now? I think
Sometimes it's hard to tell given games like this, but Michael's still trying to think of a solution to deal with Peter's board.
Deliverance is in the resource zone for Michael, so that is a great way to deal with one of these threats. But Victory Peak in hand as well, which would kind of deal with another one technically with the 3 life gained or prevented.
Another downside of not having cards like lefties out of Michael here is even if you board wipe, you're still susceptible to incoming damage. You might have a Victory Peak if you can play that, but it still only prevents 3. When you have an 8 power Magnate coming at you, it's not quite enough.
And being at 9, you know that Lone Fighter will come over if you board wipe this board, so
Right.
you really need to clear the board and have protection back up, but that's so hard to do.
A lot to think about here. With these untimed rounds, it definitely makes sense to take our time.
And with all those cards in your resource zone, you have, like I said before, you have so many cards you can play with, so many decisions. And which one is the right one for the situation? It changes every single turn.
Looks like he's playing in the 4-drop Genesis here. But with Peter having so much counterplay, what will it do?
And with that lefties being shown, it's so hard to play around.
And even the counterattack off the Genesis. Okay, so there's the Deliverance.
Oh, for that's
It'll
from
get around
hand
that.
too. Okay.
He's thinking on activating the counterplay just in case.
Just if you're not going to use that resource, there's no reason not to do it. Just in case there's something weird that you're not thinking of.
Exactly.
And Peter had a little smirk on his face, knowing that it probably won't matter, but it's a legal play. So. And if anything else that confuses your opponent, of like, why did you do that?
Swing it in here.
Swings into the
Get a
Lone Fighter.
lefties. Choosing to activate the lefties. Resourcing that cog. And,
Oh my god, that
man.
resource zone is stacked right now.
The only downside is he can only play 1 per turn, but the other downside is that diminishing might can still do a ton of damage to Peter
Yes.
if Michael can survive here.
If Michael can ever stabilize, that resource zone is so juicy, but it's useless. I'm just looking at that value in there for Peter. So many good cards. And looking at the value over there for Michael, too.
The diminishing might, you almost turn into a fair deck now.
And Michael still has resources open. That's the crazy part. He has so many cards, so much to do.
Coming in again.
Yeah, he wants that dead. So Michael tapped out at 9.
There's the lefties. There's the Kagan. Kill it.
Yep,
Swing.
yep.
He saw the checkmate. He went for it.
Okay,
And that is
wow.
game 2.
We get a game 3. This is insane. And that was so fast.
Now we'll see if this third game went as well for either player as the first two.
Yeah. Does either player sideboard differently if they're on the play of the draw? Do they think about different cards? Just, hey, if I go first, I want this. If I go second, I want that. Or are they just going to shuffle it back up and just call it a day?
Yeah, I mean, Michael here is clearly looking at his sideboard again, so maybe he's trying to rethink a strategy. Maybe he's like, maybe I have to have more threats because I was so light this game and it hurt me. We'll have to see if they'll adapt for the third game.
Or he's just going to shuffle those in and take the same 10 cards out and just not let Peter know what he's doing, which is a really valid
That's
strategy.
definitely something you can do. Even if you don't have any threats, you're always going to make your opponent think about them.
Yes.
I mean, if you can psych them out of not attacking you even one turn, as an example, you definitely have to play to that. So.
Yes, the mind games are still real.
Exactly. Sometimes you got to bluff the clash buff. I mean, that's what they're for, right? Or the lefties. There's a lot of options in this scenario.
And sometimes your bluff gets blown out and you lose the game because of it, but sometimes you just win, so it's worth their gamble. No gamble, no future.
Exactly. When you're in dire straits, sometimes you got to gamble and see what happens.
Okay, so we saw both players that went first win so far. Do you think history's going to repeat itself and Michael's going to win? Or do you think Peter has what it takes to grind out that percent and get one over?
I mean, it's possible. It's not so cut and dry because as we saw this game, even though it was different for who went first, we definitely saw a difference in resources threats as well.
Yes.
Michael did not seem to draw too many, but Peter, though, his resource zone was stacked with
So
every
good.
threat he could possibly throw at him. He got the Lone Fighter, he got the Coggins, he got the Magnate the Tyrants. It's everything. So much damage.
So much value there, too.
And when you get a redundancy of cards like Haven from Michael or Deliverance, which is single target removal, sometimes they can clunk up and you can't quite use all of them. We also didn't see a board wipe out of Michael
That is
this game
very
either.
true, yes.
So that's very important in this matchup to not get overwhelmed. So when Peter sees that there's no board wipe available and he didn't get punished for having a huge board, you might as well go in for blood, which is why we saw him play the Tyrant anyway. He knows that he could get hit with Diminishing Might, but he sees it and he goes, my odds are good. I can just kill you before you play it. So I'm just going to punch you in the face.
And if you draw the board wipe, that's fine. I still have all this juice down here.
Exactly.
You can't board wipe me and not make me play, so.
Yeah, you basically have 2 turns grace period, just punch him at that point. So board wipe once. Magnate Lone Fighter, swing for 8. Do you have enough time to play this Diminishing Might and deal with my Magnate? It's a lot to ask.
Lots of resources.
Yeah, so we're going into the third game here.
Looks like we will get to see them before they mulligan. Looks like I see the ramp.
there.
I see double ramp. I see a Haven in there as well. Not as great, but still really good.
Got that Lone Fighter too. He's got that threat.
Yeah.
And the 6-drop Genesis.
Looks
He's
like a
got the ramp. He's
very,
got
very
the
good
threats.
hand.
And for Michael, we see Victory Peak. It looks like an Ime Creation over there as well. Both players with ramp are on an equal playing field there. Thinking on the mulligan though. I mean, this is game 3 of the Pro Tour Finals. You want to make sure every decision you make is correct.
Yeah, they're still deciding on the mulligans too. How much ramp do you want to keep? Do you want to keep the double ramp again? Do you want to try to go for triple ramp?
I mean, we know from Peter talking to him earlier, he wants every ramp he can get at the beginning of the game. Is that the same for Michael with what he's trying to do, though? We'll have to see.
It looks like.
Is that the whole hand? No, okay. Got a couple cards there. I was going to say. No way you didn't keep the ramp there.
I think Peter only kept 2 cards there, if I'm not mistaken. So
Maybe he wants even more ramp. Maybe a clash buff.
both players shuffling up before they draw their opening hands again. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I'm super excited to see how this game goes as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's really anyone's game to win here.
I mean, as we've said all day, every single one of these Genesis decks have been completely different. Shuffling each other's deck here before the mulligan finishes.
Yeah, both players laughing, having a great time. Going
We
to
could
the
hear it
finals.
across the room. Even in the finals, they're still having a good time here.
Yeah. These two players, outside of the game, are super good friends. They talk a lot. They hang out a lot. So the bragging rights are on the line, and it's super important.
Like we said before, revenge.
The Havens and the Racers. The Havens played again.
Okay.
This looks very similar to game 2. Now, how does Peter answer that? Kagan off the top. Genesis in the resource zone.
We're probably going to see some ramp here. There's a diminishing might. So we have that ready if Michael gets enough breathing room.
And that's a trap down there.
Still a white resource.
Can you play traps when you're sex-free zone? No.
You cannot,
correct.
which is
Yeah,
an important
so
distinction with trap cards.
that is one card that is just not playable for Michael for the rest of the game.
That Sacred Banishment would be just insanely powerful if you could play from
Oh,
the resource zone.
insane. And there's item creation. Find another item creation.
Okay.
This might be the double ramp situation again for Peter.
It might be.
If he has the window and he has the time, I think he's going to take it. I think I see another one in his hand. I could be mistaken, but
So there's a sash out of Michael.
Oh.
Clearly trying to play the line game here. Poke in for one, draw a
yeah,
card.
the card advantage game here is huge.
1 damage for a card isn't a terrible trade.
But the thing is, Michael only has 2 resources up. Oh, it's a ramp. That's why.
okay, there's a double ramp for Michael this time, though.
Can Peter counter with a triple ramp?
We'll have
Let's
to
find
see.
out.
I'm seeing a lot of green in his hand there. He doesn't have enough for the Kaga. It's a matter of ramp, I think.
No, he's
That's
going
one way to
Genesis.
ramp.
Yeah, let's hit you for 4.
You're going to have to deal with this.
The problem is there is the Haven up to just, you know, just die, unfortunately. Looks like the Haven is going to sacrifice her life like we see her do all the time. Really is the helping hand.
All right, we still have the 5 resources open here.
Hamilton on 5 resources here. Lots of decisions. Could always swing his contender to draw the card.
A lot of the time we've seen Michael slam like the 5-cost Lin and come in for 5 if he's trying to be aggressive.
You can swing with his contender too to make it 6 and draw. Like, looks like there's a clash buff in there as well. Resourcing a. Oh, changing our mind. We're going to resource something else.
It's an important decision to make.
Yeah, while you can play them from the resource zone, it does cost more and it's more clunky to play because you only play 1 a turn. So
Right.
there's a mean streak maybe down there. There's a mean streak.
Okay.
5. Did you call it? Is this?
Is this the Lin?
No, we're
Let's
going to
swing
attack
first.
first. Yep.
Oh, we're
a
gonna
clash
buff.
buff.
Okay. So you get 2 from the buff,
And
1
is he
from the
going to
sash.
forget his trigger on the other one? Let's see. Nope, there it goes. Okay.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to miss that.
So many cards out of Michael. Look at them all.
And there's the revelation.
Oh my god.
Denying the ramp at a Peter.
Oh, and he strips a card, but the portal is closed, so no card draw for Michael.
This is such a stacked hand out of Peter.
Yeah.
Well, he may not have a ton of resources. He's got every option as soon as he gets to 5 and 6 resources.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage over there for Peter. That's
Peter
the
definitely
question.
want to be in the driver's seat here with all that aggression.
And that's the big question, right? Is these super strong cards from Peter good enough? Or is the million cards out of Michael better, right? Do you want
Right.
card advantage or cards like selection in the power? Michael's really debating what to take. You take the Lone Fighter, so you can only hit part 8. Do you take the Revelation so you can't clear your board later? Where do you think this game's going to go, and why do you take what you take? Michael's going to take a second to write down all these cards so he doesn't forget. no wrong choice here, right? All these cards are super strong on their own. So it really depends what's in your resource zone, what are you trying to play around, and what's in your hand.
Right, because at a Michael, you have to try to decide, are you going to try and play Clash cards and play and do a board wipe, or are you going to try and play towards Diminishing Might and need to get rid of Magnate the Tyrants, maybe?
Exactly. This is a big turning point of the game right here, of what you take.
The Tyrant would also blow up the Sash. So there's
That
the
is
first one on the
true.
Sash, the second one on the Diminishing Might. I mean, that's pretty threatening.
That's a lot of that, and it buffs up your board as well, so an extra damage when you do that. So it swings for 6 instead of 5, and it does have flying, so those Havens wouldn't be able to block it.
It does buff your other Clash cards, so when you only come in with one, that buff doesn't matter in that scenario, but it is something to keep in mind.
Michael's really debating this choice. This is a very important choice here. Looks like, looking at Michael's hand as he flicks, I do see another Clash buff. I see, I believe, a Victory Peak in there. It's hard to know what the other cards are, though. That was the one card I couldn't tell what it was. Do you know what that card was?
That was the Kagan.
Oh, that was the Kagan, okay.
Clearly seeing that is the big threat here.
Yeah, being able to kill a threat and 2 for 5 in the air is just so important.
It's possible he saw the Tyrant and was like, well, he's already got 2 of them, so I think I just have to let the one be there anyway. He can have his redundancy, but I know I don't want that Kagan coming at me.
Peter's swinging for, is it 6 total with his contender as well? Getting rid of that super important accessory. So 22 Michael, 27 Peter. Back on Michael's turn.
That's going to go up to 7 resources to Peter's 5.
Yeah, you could play another mean streak if he has it in hand, but doesn't do a ton into that.
What's interesting here is that if Michael had another 4-drop Genesis, he could ramp and kill that Magnate.
That is huge.
Or even just use that one as a resource to conserve a card, too.
Which is so important, right? We've seen the card advantage matter a lot. We've seen the number of resources from Michael being like 10, 11, 12 just really matter in that late game.
And every single turn, you use all of them, too. You almost never have any extra resources. There's always something you can play. Playing this 3-drop mean streak here.
Maybe not.
It is a cheap way to deal with that Magnate,
It doesn't go back to the resource zone, which is the downside.
but you do get to use his ability to draw a card if you pay 2 resources and do it before making the trade. So maybe that's what he's choosing to favor here. Getting the Deliverance in the resource zone. There's that Genesis, like we are just talking
Yeah,
about.
so that kills it easy and leaves the blocker back as well if he wants, or he can push damage.
Do a quick kick flip into the Oblivion there.
Oh, a Clash Bomb, that's huge.
Can definitely help him come back with that card advantage problem.
Bam, aid
We're
this
just
guy.
slaying it. He was ready.
Bam. With the interception. Yeah. Something you really don't pay attention to. Intercept is a keyword that doesn't come up often, but when it does, it's like, oh
It's
no. Peter does headbutt there, though, so 21-26 now.
Doesn't have to be as worried about the sash anymore.
There's Deliverance for Michael there in that resource zone, so Lone Fighter could get cleaned up pretty easily if that's what Michael needs to do.
Yeah, Michael's perfectly happy with this Lone Fighter coming down because it's easy to deal with after just obstructing all the damage. There's a Revelation, so we take the Lone Fighter and a card from me, and he does see the buff. Is he going to take it again?
I think I gotta take my talents to Genesis ClashCon promo.
Mission return.
He's still got another Tyrant in hand, too.
Yeah, I think it's got to be the Clash buff here, right? You just don't want
you're
Peter
right.
to draw
Yep.
cards. Yeah, there it is.
Hamilton seems to agree.
He says, I can draw cards, you cannot draw cards. That is not allowed. And the trap has been laid. So two-white available.
And he's got that, because we know it's a Sacred Banishment being the only trap in his deck, any big threat Peter plays here is just going to get countered.
He does have the Magnets plan in the resource zone to kind of play around it. But does he have enough resources to do anything else?
Yep. Checking the trap, making sure that sex is good because he knows it's there. He's thinking about that magnate's plan.
Get reading both cards and just make sure he understands the interaction.
It's like, can I do this? He's like, this works, right?
Is Peter going to resource here, though? That's the main question. It's always great to see a player know what he has to play around, know what the board state is, and how do you find the line to get around that board state, right? You see Peter know what he has to play around. He read the card. He knows what the card does. But how do you beat that card is the question.
And it's not even just one problem you have to solve. Every time you solve one problem, another pops up. So you have to be prepared 3 steps ahead.
I didn't know you was presidential, man.
Genesis Mirrors really showing themselves to be a chess match.
One of the best ways to play this game, I think, is these Genesis Mirrors. So many decisions, so many card draws, so many choices.
Definitely one of the most difficult ones for sure.
I'm not sure if we're still in the resource step for Peter here. Looks like we are. And doing the math of if you play something from your resource zone, how many resources will you have left over after Genesis forces you to resource again, is also a super fun game. So Genesis goes to the resource zone, a great card to be down there.
The hardest part especially is if you only have like one card in hand or forced to resource, you can't play another card.
Looks like the Magnate's plan is going to destroy that trap. I wonder what it is.
It's a mystery.
It could be anything. It could be a boat.
It's a boat.
And it's a boat. Who would have thought? So that trap is destroyed. Peter now has the green light to do whatever he wants here.
Because whatever he wants enough.
He
Let's
opens
just
the
open
portal and bonks his head into him. So, oh, but the clash bomb. Oh, Peter's
throwing
face.
his hands up. He's like, all right, you can have more
Oh,
cards.
no.
Fine.
Well, Peter holding that one card in the hand. Michael's at 20, so mean streak isn't reduced yet. So it still costs 7 to do. You know, if you're Michael and Peter goes, I'm going to open the portal, what does that tell you? What are you thinking of? Why does Peter want that portal open?
That's a good question. Maybe he's thinking ahead with his Pestilence cards. He needs it open so he doesn't have to discard or something like with the 1-drop. But what this does leave open is a card draw out of a board wipe from Michael. Granted, there's no board, but he does get a draw and steal Peter's last card.
That is very relevant, right? Hey, I'm going to draw a card. You're going to lose a card. You're going to be in top deck mode while I have 3 cards in hand.
And the diminishing might. And if you have no way to get rid of it as Peter, you're in a very tough position.
Hey, we saw that Magnate's plan take out the trap, so that is off the table currently.
I mean, this is what Michael wants. He wants to lock Peter out of the game, remove all of his options, play diminishing his might, wipe his ability too, so he's forced in top deck mode. So that Michael, with all these cards, can respond to every threat Peter presents. I was hearing overheard the players talking about the 2 decks beforehand. Peter was like, this is a ramp deck. And then Michael, this is a lockdown deck. 2 very different approaches for such a wide open contender.
And we saw the lockdown game 1 from Michael, and we saw the ramp from Peter in
Right.
game 2. And in game 3, both players are kind of the same game plan right now, right? Like, they're both just kind of playing value, trying to get card advantage, trying to grind the other one out. But Michael can turn to lockdown whenever he wants.
Right.
That's a clarity hitting the resource zone.
Oh, that's a mission might.
Is it lockdown time? Are we bringing out the chains and the locks, and we're going to say, Peter, you can't play anymore? Is that the plan? Maybe not.
Peter not looking too happy about this. Understandable.
Michael doing a quick count of the resources, making sure he did the math, knows exactly how much he has, what he can play, what he can't play. Oh, is that a
playing a
Haven instead? So it is not Lockdown Dime yet.
Just wants some cards.
I think Peter has to be happy over power, right? He still gets his resource zone for next turn if he wants it. But then if you're Peter, what's coming next? If you're Michael, what are you trying to draw into? What are the outs that you want?
That's a good question.
Oh, that's a Lin. That was almost Arsenal.
Put 9 creation down, drawing card. I do wonder what he's trying to dig for here. He clearly doesn't think he is enough. Coming for 1. Peter, happy to take 1. Don't mind.
24-20, still tons of breathing room for both players. What is this going to be mean streak from hand?
Oh, man.
Oh, that's mean
He's
streak.
going to discard his last card.
Which also untaps the Haven.
Okay. So this is what Michael wanted to do. He wanted to really lock him out of the game. So he decided to play patiently, wait on the diminishing might, swing the finishing blow, take that Magnate the Tyrant that could have dealt with that diminishing might.
And the portal is closed.
And he shut the door on any hope of keeping the portal open.
And Peter's not even at 15 yet. So he doesn't get the discount.
Man, Michael might have locked up Peter and thrown away the key. We'll have to see. Slam resource. No diminishing might yet, so he's got this turn. Where's he going to pick?
You could always board him up, but the portal's closed, so you can't even draw a card, right? So like, it's just,
Yeah.
it deals with the current board state, which is very important. You got to take a card from hand, which is very important.
Takes in the Lin. The Deliverance isn't too much of a threat here. But now Michael has plenty of breathing room for that diminishing might. It's exactly the position he
All right,
wants.
that's what he built the deck for, right? You're in top deck mode. I'm not. Let's not let you play the game. And yeah, it looks like Michael's very quickly going to just say, "Hey,
Yep, there it is. I'm ready. I knew you had that Tyrant. Let's go."
He planned 4 steps ahead and said, "This is the turn I got to do it."
Yep. I have this game plan. I will wait and I will wait. And when I run out of threats, then I will play it.
So what are we looking for before Peter decide that, right? If this lockdown does come down,
We have to top deck a Magnate the Tyrant to get around it. Otherwise, you're stuck.
there's another Magnate's plan, I believe, too, right?
Yeah, out of the sideboard, he's definitely got more removal.
There it is. Gets suited up.
You know, laser your text box clean off.
So Peter playing with that flipped new promo really does have no text box now. What did Peter draw here?
I don't know. I do like to keep it hidden from us. Keep us in suspense.
Is that
Is it
Genesis?
the
It
legendary?
is, okay.
That's
not
not a bad
terrible.
threat. He does get a chunk Michael for 6.
Which puts him to 14, so...
And the
head bonk.
one. Okay. Peter really deciding to go for face here because he thinks it might be his only out. He might have to try and rush him here. But the problem is Michael has access to all his resources, and we see that Deliverance there especially.
Yeah.
Isn't answered. Is Michael going to try and close this out and get his revenge?
Is this the turning point right here? The lock and chain is on. Plenty of resources to do whatever he wants after that. Deliverance there if needed.
I mean, the game's not completely over yet. Peter could still draw removal for that diminishing might.
We saw Michael so fast last turn going, I'm going to lock you down and pass. And this turn, it's like, another thing to deal with. How do I deal with this question? You're going to keep asking me questions. I got to find the way to answer it.
Hamilton really checking to see if he's missing anything. You definitely want to make sure you have all your ducks in a row before you lock him down.
Especially in the Pro Tour Finals, right? This
Oh,
isn't your
absolutely.
normal Tuesday event, right? Like, this
Right.
is the Pro Tour. You want to be the very first Pro Tour champion. Looks like the Lin will go down there. We've seen Lin dance a little bit. She keeps like almost committing, but she doesn't want to commit fully, and there she goes.
There's the Deliverance.
Looks like Michael doesn't have any cards left in hand though, so
I
but he
think
does
this
have the
Deliverance might
resources
have been
out.
from hand, though.
It was, yes.
So you can still play threat. He wants to draw some cards, though. Just in case Peter does draw an out, he wants to make sure they can play around it. the street counter off.
Draw a
Another
card.
one.
Make it 2 street counters.
I'm streaking for a card. Got some spicy. We're playing it.
The lockdown has been activated.
Holding it for next turn instead. Passing it back. We'll see what Peter can draw here.
Maybe he wants to get frisky with that mean streak, though. Do you want the blocker when you're at 13, or do you want to just try to close out the game?
Good question.
And Michael wants to close it out. He smells blood in the water. No, he doesn't. That wasn't blood.
Double checking. There's just red food coloring this time. That was blood.
Oh, no,
now we're
now it's
swinging.
blood. Okay, there we go. 15 to 13.
Peter gets a discount, but no
Doesn't
use for that
matter.
diminishing might. Thinking? Not full commit
Maybe
yet.
maybe the headbutt. Maybe Michael's debating on the headbutt, doing some quick math to say, hey, you know, I'm at 13. Does going to 12 really matter? Or do I want you at 14? Which one's better?
It's true. It's true.
Well, what's the top of the deck? We couldn't see it.
Peter always got to keep us in suspense here. He didn't slam it, and we know Peter loves to slam cards on the table.
He's a big slammer.
Doing kick flips into oblivion, slamming cards. What are we thinking here? Not a great sign for Peter.
This
That he's
is-
not slamming a
Bam.
card. Okay. So
That's
Genesis
7
from
damage.
hand.
Michael's just kind of like, wait a minute, what just happened?
Wait, you can do that? You can play that from hand? Hold up. It's not something you see often, to be fair.
Michael on the 6.
Peter really playing to his out, trying to just finish his life total. I mean, if Peter doesn't die here and top decks another threat that can threaten lethal on Michael, it at least threatens Michael to be a little more defensive to maybe buy Peter another turn or two for an out.
Right, we were talking about how we have to deal with that equipment piece, right? How we have to deal with it, that we can't play the game. What if you just draw good cards? What if you just say, you know
mean-
what? I don't need these resources. My whole deck is just good.
True, true.
We're back over to Michael with the huge resource zone, all the choices, 1 card in hand, 2 cards in hand, actually.
That'd be one in a second. We'll put down that resource.
Michael's doing some quick math here, making sure he doesn't miss anything. Because Peter is face up, right? He has the top deck. Nothing else matters besides the top of his deck and that Genesis and the head bonk. The head bonk has been very, very relevant so far.
It is. There's a reason why Hamilton wasn't swinging with his contender earlier. He wants to keep his life total high to not give any out for Peter.
Okay. Tapping 4.
Playing a 4-drop Genesis here.
And deliverance from the resource zone clears up that Genesis.
Peter not even bothering with the counterplay. They know at this point.
So that's 8 damage on the board currently from Michael. Not 14, so probably won't see the head bonk coming yet.
Still cutting Peter's life total in half. It would be down to 7, but choosing to pass down to 6. You don't want to give Peter any breathing room. So you want to build up a defense just in case. No,
Lone
Lone
Fighter.
Fighter. There's a top deck. We
But
do have,
interception matters so much. He's just been intercepted.
yeah. I mean, this interception keyword, you always forget some of these cards have that text, but super relevant in a situation like this.
But you know what? Now, how does Michael answer this one, right? It's another 8-8.
Yeah,
I don't see any more moveful spells in that resource zone.
no deliverance here. People
Not a-
did run him out of those, it looks like.
Not a great.
It's the revelation. I mean,
I
take
guess
his
you
last
could
card.
sacrifice the mean streak into that and then Revelations, but
You can draw a card with the mean streak even too. Looks like he's going to choose to draw a card, try and find some better answers here.
maybe another deliverance if there is
Got a
one.
victory peak in hand if he really wants to set up that prevention.
There isn't enough time though.
good news is for Michael here, all these cards in resource also have flight or interception, so if he has to, he can always block that lone fighter.
Yeah, never really scared of that flyer. Which normally in Alpha Clash, flying is such a powerful, strong keyword, right? Like, if a card is flying, it is so strong in the late game. But Michael planned ahead. He said, I'm just going to intercept him. I don't need flying. I'm just going to say no.
I think it's the most work I've seen interception put in the entire time I've seen people play this game. Gaining 3 resources here.
Activates the chest. 6 resources left for Michael.
There's a victory peak.
Yeah, there's Victory Peak, okay. I believe Mean Streak has interception as well, so he's another blocker
does.
for the Lone Fighter if that's the choice he wants to take.
Still got some resources up.
Plays
Playing
another
the
interception.
Genesis. Like we, there's the legendary in the resource for Michael. Now, do I attack?
Right, Peter's still at 14, Michael at 6. What kills you for Michael, right? Like, you have 1 interception. Do you need a second one with
You do
Victory
have
Peak?
all the time in the world. I mean, at this point, Michael can block this lone fighter infinitely between Victory Peak and the Genesis. Every time it dies, it goes back to the resource zone, so you can block again with that interception.
But that does gain Peter a life every time he does that. So there is that life gain to be had.
It does.
There he goes, Lone Fighter. There goes the Genesis. Gaining a life for Peter. If he realizes.
Well, it might be only the owner of Victory Peak. So
Oh,
here's
there's the Kagan.
There's the Kagan.
Oh, look at Michael's face.
Oh no,
Oh,
he
no.
looks heartbroken.
There's
They got the Victory Peak. It's not over yet for Peter. Getting aggressive, punching him in the face.
Michael down to 3, is it now?
Okay.
Like I said, you don't need your resource zone if the top of your deck is all gas.
Exactly.
Oh,
All
my-
gas, no brakes, baby.
Look
Peter.
at Peter's face.
Oh,
He's
man.
back in it. He's excited. He's
What
happy.
a crazy end of this game 3. It's so close.
Can Michael find an interception off the top of the deck or an answer? There is still that board wipe for Michael, though. So he can open portal, wipe the board, and then just say, don't kill me, please. There's so many outs, so many choices.
He's still got the diminishing might to shut the door on Peter, too.
Yeah, the mission wipe plus the board wipe plus the top of the deck. There's so many choices, so many options. Michael's doing all the math. He's thinking about it.
Think about the legendary Genesis, too.
Yeah, that card's also powerful. So many choices. And Peter's over there, back to heads on hand.
Yeah, both of them.
He was excited for a few seconds. Now he's back into the
He
game.
saw the light.
Both of them the same facial expression. Both trying to figure out how to win this game.
Every decision matters.
This is the last game. This is game 3.
You couldn't ask for a better finals of the first Pro
this
Tour.
is insane. Oh, Haven off the top. Okay. That draws a card. No interception, but still a card. But now the board wipe isn't online. Now he can't just
You
clear.
can always swing the Haven.
He could swing the Haven. That's very true. Is the card that Michael drew really good, or does it not do much?
Let's try to figure it out. I mean, Michael's down to 3 at this point. Even with that Victory Peak, and you can only prevent 3. If Peter top decks something like another Lone Fighter, it's over for
Lone
Michael. if he
Fighter,
doesn't have-
Kagan,
yeah, anything.
the 5-3 with flight, they all kill him.
Yeah.
They're all just insane.
I mean, the longer this game goes, the more pokes that Peter gets in with the contender.
And Peter knows it. Look at his face. He knows. He can't do anything but wait for the top of his deck, right?
All I
he
have to
is-
do is headbutt this man to death.
And headbutt's real good. There's also Clash buffs left in Peter's deck as well. I think there's 2 or 3 left, so that could even just dig him deeper.
Man, both players going through each other's oblivions, really checking to see every out they have available.
We had to play around. What can he play around? What are my options?
Calculating the top deck odds even, maybe.
Both players are just stressed out
They're
right
so
now. This is anyone's game, honestly. No
Any
one's really
misstep
ahead.
and it's over.
Both players have to play perfectly from here. And Michael can always open the portal, not let Peter have any hero abilities, and board wipe. That is still 3 things he can do. but then
But
he
what's his
just-
defense?
Don't kill me, please. That's all he has.
That's not a great defense, but
You know, Peter's a nice guy. If you say please, it might work.
never worked with me. Maybe it'll be different with Michael.
You know, Peter is from Vegas, right? So he does have the luck of the draw on his side right now. Okay, taps Genesis. Plays a Lin. Okay.
Putting a bounty counter.
Oh, because he can get something back from,
Yeah.
and it diminishes 1. So maybe this next card of Peter's deck. Oh,
So lefties.
Okay,
Okay.
so that would not have won the game. Lone Fighter
Not
gets a
too upset
counter.
about that.
And Lone Fighter is a 4-4 right now. Is that clarity from Resource Zone? It is.
Must just want to draw some more cards here.
Yeah. No interception currently on Michael's side, I believe.
That's interesting.
That is 7 damage. Is Michael saying, I'm just going to try to kill you? That's 8 damage with his contender?
Peter's at 13. He's
only
got to
needs-
find some more gas.
Only needs 5 more damage off top of the deck, though?
But what's this playing for Peter's board here?
If you kill him, you don't care about the board.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Michael has 5 resources up. So if he finds exactly the 5/5
way.
flying Lin, he just kills him?
Maybe. Maybe that's his out. Maybe that's what he's looking for.
Looks like he's in the bottom, too.
No, okay.
Not it. Top of the deck?
One way or another, somebody's dying soon.
Yeah, this game is going to be almost over. Michael's looking to do some calculations. Reading Lin again. Okay, we're getting frisky here. That's going to kill the Lone Fighter. And that buffs the board as well. The defeat on Clarity will buff the board by +1/+1. Making that Haven a 2/3, making that Lin a 3/3.
Pushing it. Yeah, yep. Peter gets it. He's like, okay, sure.
There's
I
more
get it.
text than just drawing a card? That's insane.
Whoa.
Reading.
He's like, you can't do this here, right?
Reading Victory Peak.
Okay. Hamilton rubbing his hands together. He smells it.
And there's blood in the water for Peter now. Activates the equipment.
Don't want to forget that.
All right, so there is the trigger for Lin here. So Hamilton can get something back. Looks like it's a Haven. It's going to draw another card. And now, I think if Peter draws another flyer, he can just lock this up. Oh, that was a quick glance. I don't know what it was. No slam, though.
Notorious slammer, not slamming.
Oh!
She slammed a card anyway. This is a revelation off the top.
Oh, my God. It's like let's Kagan stay. And now Michael has to pick which one of his creatures he wants to stay.
Peter gets a card from Michael's hand, too.
You're right. The slammer still be slamming.
He to be slamming.
You can tell how well these players know their decks, right? Peter saw that card, thought for a split second, said, yep, I'm slamming. Not even like draw open portal or not open portal. I mean, he can't afford it, but didn't even think about it. Just said,
That
no,
math
we're
was
good.
already there. He
Yes.
was ready.
Michael's back to doing the calculations now. Which creature do I want? Do I want the Lin? Do I want the Haven? Do I want the Clarity?
And then you also have to decide, based on your hand, which one is he taking, and what can I do with this card? Choosing to keep the Clarity,
Okay.
revealing another Clarity and a Sacred Banishment.
Yeah,
Man, in this scenario, if you let Michael keep the Sacred Banishment, it's going to be tough to be able to play anything.
You're almost locked out of the game, aren't you?
Yeah.
And the problem is, Peter can only put Michael to 1 this turn, so he can't even finish it off. So now he has to decide, is
One
that
headbutt
Kagan?
away.
Yeah. Does that Kagan get frisky? Does it just stay back on defense? Because if you can't close the game out, do you push damage when you're at 13 or? Peter's got a big
tight
decision
game.
here. Do you want to get locked out or do you want to let Michael draw more? And that's a hard choice. Looks like he's going to take the trap here, but nope, reconsidering. Reading every card in the resource zone, making sure he's not missing anything. Yep,
Choosing the Sacred Banishment here.
I think that makes sense. I agree with that. Oh, wait. Still thinking. Oh,
Choosing the
takes-
Clarity.
Okay.
Doesn't want to give Michael more cards.
I don't think there's a way to deal with this Kagan right now, which is the thing.
Yeah.
So if he just doesn't attack, he can just
Maybe that's what Peter's thinking here.
play a longer game.
Did he put the pressure on Michael to deal 13 damage? So now he's thinking, do I have to kill the Clarity?
But you can't do Victory Peak, right?
Exactly.
So he can't even attack really.
I mean, one thing's for sure, we're seeing some headbutting action.
You think there's going to be a headbutt through Victory
That
Peak?
might not even be for sure. You're
No.
right. There's so much to think about.
Just imagine if Michael didn't play that Lin, Peter would have drawn lefties there. This game would have been so different. So
True.
every small decision is affecting this game in a masterful way.
Is the swing worth that 2 damage, or does he need to protect his life total?
2 damage and defense is down. At 13 though, there's 4 showing on the board and another 6 in the resource zone. So that's 10 plus a headbutt, that's 11. So you have to hope Michael doesn't draw 2 damage off the top.
That's
The
pretty rough
headbutt comes
gamble.
in, and now Michael has to decide, do I victory point my creature to keep it alive, or do I victory peek my face to keep health? And Michael's going to take it. He wants that
3.
Clarity alive. And now, Peter's... But now with this, Michael just needs to find 1 damage off the top to kill him. Being at 12, that Kagan might need to play defense. But we see that Lin in the resource zone that could just block the Kagan. So many choices here.
So Peter not only needs to survive 1 more turn, but also top deck lethal.
Which I believe is just Kagan at this point. Obviously, it depends what Michael does as well, so...
I mean, he kept the Sacred Banishment, right? So if he top decks a Clash card, Michael's still hedged for it.
That is true. That is very true.
Michael with a lot of outs.
Okay. Michael
Going back
untaps.
to Michael.
Kagan's playing some defense.
Peter thinking that's his best odds. In scenarios where you don't have all the clues, sometimes you have to take a gamble on which play is correct.
Two cards in hand for Michael. A million resources to play from. Peter's trying to think about what he needs to top deck next turn to really get back into this. Michael really debating here. He has so many choices, which is the problem. And the best part about Genesis, right? When you have a million choices, finding the best line is so hard. And I'm sure Michael will think about them and find the best line.
I don't think I've ever heard this room so quiet this entire weekend. So many people are glued to this match.
Yeah, I'm sure they're surrounded right now by that feature match area. And I would be too if I wasn't here with you.
Oh,
Damien.
absolutely.
Lays the trap. Activates the equipment piece. Plays the mean streak for 7. Leaving that 3 white up to make sure you can play the trap still.
Will it cost 5?
Now Michael can draw another card if he wants to get frisky, but it will die to the Kagan.
How is he attacking?
I don't think you're supposed to attack here, right?
You just have to wait him out.
Because if you attack, your dudes just get eaten by Kagan, and you don't want to get eaten.
Michael, nobody wants to get eaten.
You have the trap up to counter whatever Peter does next turn, so...
At the very least, you have 1 more turn.
And you know whatever you counter is going to back on top, right? So you have perfect information for the next 2 turns.
True. Very true. It's actually so huge here.
Okay, let's see what Peter draws. I think the Clash buff is the only thing that can't get countered here. We couldn't see it, like always. No slamming.
No slam here.
Ooh, maybe a baby slam. Hold up.
Do a kickflip.
He You know what? Amazon Rainforest here. Does that win the game for Peter?
Oh, interesting.
All right,
we
that's
see
a
a
Genesis,
Genesis here.
which will go back on top, which isn't great for the Peter fans out here, but great for the Michael fans out here. Oh, gonna pay 2. Open the portal. And passes back over to Michael.
Yeah, not looking great for Peter here. We know what's on the
Yeah.
top of his deck. Michael with perfect information. Gets
Peter
another
at
card.
12.
So now Michael knows I'm free to attack enough because all he has is that last card we just saw.
Nope. What was that, an attack or was that an accidental? It looks like it's an attack. Mean Streak says, you know what? I want to draw a card. You can block me all day. I'm getting card advantage with the Clash buff in hand.
Oh, man. You got to protect the main streak with the block on Kogan,
And
too.
draw 2. So much value
This
there.
is huge. This might be enough to seal the game. We know what Peter has available.
Yeah, Peter, perfect information right now for Michael, right? You know the top card of Peter's deck. You know he can't play anything in the resource zone. All he's got is the Kogan. You just got to find out the puzzle. How do I beat this? How do I beat this Kogan that's a 5/5? How do I deal 12 damage and not lose on the swing back if my opponent gets another turn?
Peter trying to decide on the block here, doing the math. Will I get another turn? Will I need to take the trade? I'll take the 5.
Down to 7. This is a perfect finals game. There is so much drama right now. So much.
Deliverance for the
Deliverance!
Kogan.
Oh my God.
It was a ruse all along.
He should've-
Michael had the
oh.
out.
Probably drew it off the main streak attack.
So now all we have that he extends
There
the
we go.
hand.
Oh my
That's the
God.
game. We have the winner.
Michael Hamilton wins the
Michael
first
Hamilton.
Pro Tour. What a match. Wow.
Expertly played by both players.
Look at
What
both
an
players. They're
intense match.
both in shock right now. Wow. Well played by everybody here this weekend, though.
What an incredible match.
Such a great game. Such a great top 8. Oh my God. Wow.
I'm speechless.
That was,
Say after
that
a
was
match like
insane.
that.
Yeah. These top 8 matches are so good. That was such a good weekend here.
Absolutely insane. So shortly, I'll have an interview set up with our champion. We definitely want to give them their awards. Well deserved. Thank you, Mark. Here, shake my head. You deserved it.
Thank you, thank
good
you.
work this weekend. Good work this weekend. Top 4.
Top 4.
And
Losing
in
to
the booth.
Hamilton. So here we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds like we're going to be taking a short break in a minute. But seriously, thank you all for showing up to our first Pro Tour. It was a great time.
That was so much fun.
As soon as that game over, you could hear them. Everybody's going bananas.
Yeah.
Hopefully they picked up on this camera, because insane.
Yeah, I hope to see you guys all at future events, too.
Oh, absolutely.
So-
There's plenty more to come from Alpha Clash.
Such a good...
Want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors for ClashCon, Perfect Pack. They make these adjustable protector sleeves for cards. They're going to be protecting all of our promos at ClashCon. Make sure you check them out. want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors for ClashCon, Perfect Pack. They make these adjustable protector sleeves for cards. They're going to be protecting all of our promos at ClashCon. Make sure you check them out.
Yeah, which one is back here? Two on this?
If we want to then they'll have to get
You hear anything?
Oh yeah, I'm saying yeah, I don't know what I know
Let's restart.
Yeah.
We're going to restart, right?
Yeah, let's restart.
Go to
Start then?
No, just start talking.
Oh, well, welcome back. Take two. So we've had a long day here. We've had a lot going on, a lot of tough matches. But more than anything, I want to wish congratulations to Michael Hamilton again. All right, welcome back yet again to ClashCon 2024. I want to congratulate Michael Hamilton again for a well-fought, well-earned victory. How was this weekend for you? I mean, you won the tournament. I'm sure you feel great. But yeah, how was the entire experience?
First off, thank you. There were a couple things. I guess there were like two sides to this event that I kind of want to talk about. First, like the event as a whole, it was really, really cool. There was, I guess the best way to describe it is it felt like a celebration of Alpha Clash, which is really, really cool and exciting. I think that the whole Alpha Clash team was very welcoming, and it felt like the event was like for us, and they wanted us to be here, and they were happy we were here, which was awesome. And the other side that I want to talk about was the actual like playing in the tournament and the matches that I played, and that was also a really great experience. Although the top ended up being kind of Genesis heavy, I played against a lot of different contenders, and I saw a lot of really cool decks throughout the tournament. I think the one that stood out to me the most that I would have loved to play against more was Jacob Snodgrass was playing a green-white Kagan deck that just looked, it was like a reactive control deck using a lot of traps, and it set up, and then it made the dragon, and it had a combo where it could do like 30 damage with the dragon. The turn it made the dragon. It was just a really, really cool deck.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a coincidence. We have a very special prize card to give you. But first, let's talk with Ridge. How did the weekend feel for you?
This weekend felt just really fun. Overall, just a big celebration. We felt the love from the fans and just everyone in attendance. And, you know, I'm positive that they felt appreciated being here. Hopefully they just had a great time competing, doing the side events, and really just building up and enhancing the community that we already have. And so anybody that missed out, you know, looking forward to doing it again. And hopefully this is a really good entry point for those that aren't on board with Alpha Clash yet or are kind of considering it, and hopefully it reinforced and gave confidence for those that are already in the community to keep pushing and keep enjoying what we're doing.
Yeah, for sure. Without any further ado, this is well earned. You deserve this. Here's the Pro Tour Champion prize card, the Dragon Helm, 1 of 1. Anything you want to talk about regarding this prize card?
So, I've had this card for a while, and I was always thinking like, who is going to own this next? Because it has a time limit with me. But it's Pro Tour stamps, 2024, 1 of 1 for North America, and yeah, the Dragon Helm. We also did something cool with the border. It kind of spills off of the card onto the border, and just we tried to make it feel like something that was really enjoyable for the champion. Not much more else to add to that. It just seemed like a really fitting card for the champion, like a crown, a helm, something to put on them after achieving victory.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this final specifically is we had kind of a revenge story in a way, where you had Peter versus Hamilton, already had faced in the finals before, but this time you came on top. And I think that's a super cool story that I'm glad that Alpha Clash got to help tell this weekend. It could have gone either way. It was an extremely close game. So going forward, can we expect to see more of you at events? I would hope so, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'm very excited for 2025 organized play. I know Ridge said that there's going to be another ClashCon at the end of the year. I'm very excited for that. Just almost for sure going to be here.
Awesome, perfect. Do you have any last-minute shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Well, I guess they're not at home, but I do want to shout out my team, the Wolfpack. They helped me test the deck and build the deck, and they each all had their suggestions for cards included in the deck, and everyone's contribution just made it a lot better and a lot smoother. And I guess the results are a strong data point, but I think the deck ended up really well.
Awesome, perfect. Well, thank you everybody for watching. We're going to close this out here, but you can definitely expect to see more from Alpha Clash in the future. So stay tuned, and thank you all for watching. We'll see you next time.
All right. Great job to you.
Thank you.
That's a lot of brain power also to, yeah, you basically played all those games.
Sure.
I said really like 3 times. And I'm like,
Just kidding. That was good. That was good. So, like, end again. Yeah, now it's a bigger gamble. You do this type of
are we still live?
We sure are.
Okay.
I could just unplug the camera.